Hey, welcome back to the Garage War Life Show, episode 442. It's Saturday night, August 7th, 2021. And we've been waiting quite a while to finally meet Lance Jones, the gentleman that runs Gwandanaland Comics, which is a firm that reprints classic comics that most people can't afford to ever even touch. And the ones that are still out there, a lot of people have slabbed them and forever encased them in plastic. And he's giving us a chance to finally read these comics and actually appreciate all the creators and all the genius and craziness that went into the creation of these comics. So with no further ado, let's bring in Lance Jones of Gwandanaland Books. Hey there, Lance.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi there.
So, I guess, how long has your company been around?
We've been around for about 4.5 years now.
Yeah, I think it was about that time. I was looking, I wanted to read, I'd always heard about the Monster Society of Evil, the Captain Marvel serial. And I was looking online and I found your company because I don't think anyone else wanted to touch that because of the different stereotypes that are in it. And I thought, wow, this company has all this stuff reprinted. And then I mentioned it on my show, and all of a sudden, a lot of the people are ordering stuff and telling me about the first 20 issues of Famous Monsters are available and all this. So everybody's just been freaking out about how great your company is. And
well,
so
did
yeah. So could you kind of like in a quick summary, kind of tell us about what you're doing and how your company is organized and just kind of how you'd explain it to someone and just,
Sure.
How would you explain that? Yeah.
At Gwandanaland, we reprint public domain comics. That is comics that the copyright has either expired or was never properly registered in the first place. For one reason or another, they're public domain. We reprint them. We use scans that are available online, or we have people who provide scans for us. Sometimes we scan them ourselves. I have someone who scans like a fiend for me right now. And from there, we use the Amazon KDP system, the Kindle Direct Publishing, and offer them print on demand. And as of right now, we have 5,100 titles, give or take a few.
Wow, 5,100. I didn't. So
I get tired thinking about it.
How do you determine what is the correct way to post the copyright, or how do you determine which ones are fair game and which ones aren't?
Well, copyright changed over the years. Now, since about 1989, you didn't need a copyright notice. If you created something, it belonged to you. You didn't have to register it. You didn't have to record it. You can, and it's certainly often a good idea, but you don't have to. At different times, the laws were different ways. The most common things for the golden age, and that is the 40s, 50s, early 60s, are the areas we deal with the most. You had to have a proper copyright notice, which included the copyright symbol or the word copyright, the year, and the name of the copyright holder. And they had to be in a conspicuous place and in an unambiguous way. And those copyrights had to be renewed in the 28th year, not in the 27th, not in the 29th. And that's where so many books, magazines, comics, over 85% of everything published between 1924 and 1963 are public domain. It's just a matter of finding out.
Okay, so have there been times that you published a book and then you realized, oh shoot, and then pulled it back? Or
yes, and in fact, you mentioned in your intro the Monster Society of Evil, and we found out after we had published it and sold quite a few that the very last story, the very last chapter, is not public domain, because Captain Marvel number 46 was one that they renewed. So we had to pull that. What we did instead is we held a contest and had our readers finish the story for us. And so our version of Monster Society of Evil has a slightly different ending.
So it's
so it has Don O'Malley was our winner, and he's very proud of that, and he should be.
So it goes off in a separate timeline.
Well, you could say that. That might be, maybe that's our Monster Society Kelvin timeline.
Yeah, there have been people online talking about, you've probably heard of this, and I wonder if this is in copyright. I don't know. There's in Mexico, they were reprinting the Spider-Man comic from the US, and then they kill off Gwen Stacy, and the publisher in Mexico says, we love Gwen Stacy, because they were selling this like halfway like it was a romance comic. So they asked Marvel, can we keep her alive here and we'll create our own stories? So it went off on a separate path, and they used Mexican artists and writers, and it continued Spider-Man's story, but Gwen Stacy lived. I don't know. That's probably too dangerous, using a character owned by Disney, but
no, that would violate all manner of copyright, trademark. Right. I'd have guys in black SUVs rolling up to my house. It would be bad.
But in the old days, in Mad and everything, you had to change the name. Superman would become Super Duper Man and everything. It was just like, but now it seems like dirty movie companies can put out a Superman or a Spider-Man, and it's exactly.
There's a different set of rules for parody and satire.
I think it's that the average person could not accidentally think that this is a real Spider-Man product. Is that the rule? Because you're buying it in an adult bookstore, but a lot of times
it's not my realm. But it's the whole idea that a reasonable person in a reasonable way wouldn't reasonably. I like the black and white of copyright rather than the gray of everything else.
Yeah, it's just weird, because who's reasonable anymore? This whole country has gone unreasonable. But it's like it's weird, because these dirty movies are closer to the original source material a lot of times than the big $1 million, $100 million epics. But it seems like what is copywritten is the symbol. So it'll be an exact Spider-Man suit, closer than the authentic movie, but it'll be an X instead of a spider. And then Superman will have an X instead of so it's like the symbol is the important thing. The S or the spider, it seems like that's.
And that's not to make it any more complicated than it has to be, but that's not copyright, that's trademark.
Trademark.
And whereas copyright is black and white, trademark can be very, very gray.
Hey, what happened? I saw online that you had reprinted Castle of Frankenstein. Did you pull those?
We pulled those, but we didn't. We pulled those. They are public domain. Mm-hmm. We believe very confidently that they are. But we talked with the people who are planning a Castle of Frankenstein project, and I looked over their documentation, and I believe that they reasonably have a reason to believe that they have the right. And so, professional courtesy, we pulled them out.
Yeah,
let's face it. I have 1,000 books on my request list right now, and I wish I was exaggerating. There's more than enough to go around. I don't have to try to do everything.
And it's not that hard to build a complete set of real Castle of Frankensteins, because I've done it, and they're not that expensive, but they're wonderful. But I'm just thinking, someone that's never seen that magazine, that's a wonderful way to get it. But I've got a couple of gentlemen that want to come in, especially Eric Breen, because he goes off to this other live stream. He's on live streams like 24 hours a day. So let me bring him in. He's a major comic collector, and he's a lot more eloquent than me. I'm sure he's got all kinds of great questions. So let's get Eric in here. Eric Breen. Hey, Eric.
Howdy. I don't know.
Hi, Eric.
I don't know if I'm eloquent. Lance, it's very nice to meet you. Note the product placement behind me. No, I wanted to come on just to thank you, because as I refer to myself, Gratu, and a few other gentlemen, one of whom you're about to meet, as Four Color Fossils. And something like this it was like wishing upon a star and having it granted, because we've all become disillusioned with the comic book industry, and most of it. And I don't think any of us are still buying anything new. And I told Gratu the other day, I said, this is the best thing that's happened to the comic book industry since Tomorrow's publishing.
Wow.
And I said, I'm very grateful that you're doing this because I said, I think I've ordered about 15 books from you. A lot of the Skywald stuff, like, Eerie, the first Famous Monsters. And I said, they're wonderful. And I said, thank you for doing this.
And Eric was showing those Famous Monsters on my show, and it's like, wow, that reproduction is great. And the other thing is, these big omnibuses that you pay $100 for, they're, I guess, great, but they don't have the original advertisements, and that's half the experience of being a kid reading a comic is the advertisements. And do you normally reprint those in most of your books?
We try to. There are two problems with ads when it comes to our reprints. One is that often the typeface is so very small that even if we have a good quality reproduction, we can't get through review. Our book producer won't accept anything under a 7-point face. Sometimes we slip it through, sometimes we don't. Also with ads, there are times where the ad is not as good a quality as the story, just because it never had to be. And at times they're very, repetitive. So if we're doing multiple issues in a book, you're not going to see cures for baldness in every part of it. Right. You're not going to see multiple pages of I can make a man out of you.
Right. But the house ads, the other books that are available that month, that's wonderful.
Those, yes, whenever possible, because that's part of the charm. And something Eric said, I just wanted to touch on just briefly, because he was actually thanking me, and I started this accidentally, actually, and the whole purpose was profit. But I got a call one day from a man. He didn't tell me his age, but I could tell that he was not a young man. And he had ordered one of the books. It was an early one. And he said, I just wanted to call and tell you, I had always wanted to hold this in my hand before I die.
I was reading that
day, my whole picture of what I was doing started to change. And
it was the Miss America comic, right?
It was.
Yeah, I was reading your story on Facebook. Yeah, that's got to make it so amazing. And because what I've always said that, the collectors are kind of like museum curators, but all these comics are getting slabbed, and I hate that. I know other people have different opinions, but it's like it's like people will show the front cover, and it's like going to a classic car show, and you look at the cars, but what you're doing is like saying, here's beautiful old cars, and here's the keys. Why don't you drive it for a day, then bring it back? Because you get to read the comics too.
And that's the whole lure of it. It's a lot of fun to do too. I won't lie. It's a lot of fun. I work hard so I don't have to have a job.
I think I saw that you put out 3 books a day on average.
Most of the time I try to get 3. Now that we're doing black and white versions of most books, technically I get out more. Some weeks more, some weeks less. This week I'm on the road. It's really hard to get things done. Families. One of my guys, Brian, says that I should be ditching the family. It's a matter of priority. But so far I have to stick with them, but I try to.
So when someone orders a book, they don't really exist until they order them? Is that the way it works?
That's correct. Yeah. This is print on demand. So if you want blah, blah, blah comics number 4, you would go on Amazon or email me if you were going to order it direct and say, hey, I want blah, blah, blah comics number 4. If you're on Amazon, you order it, send them the money. They put my royalty in an account for me, which I get once a month. Then they print it, and then they ship it.
How, if they print it versus you print it, do they, who, is it 2 different ways of being printed? I mean, like 2 different places they're printed?
Well, even if you ordered it from me, it would go through them. The difference is because I am the publisher, I get a cheaper price. It's slower, but cheaper. So if you order from me, you get a discount. You save some money. It takes a little longer. I don't have to wait till the end of next month for my money, for my royalties.
And you don't get a book from Amazon that was, I don't want to knock Amazon, but sometimes they don't wrap them proper. They don't put enough padding in.
It continues to be a problem.
I saw someone was like on YouTube, and it was like completely a thick book. It was like bent in half. It's like, how does that happen? But so if we order it from you, we know you're going to send it more safely. We'll get a discount. No, not necessarily. They still
it's going to follow the same process, but the difference is if it shows up and then there's something wrong with it, it's easy for me to fix it. Whereas if you order it from Amazon, then you would have to contact Amazon and say, hey, this book is printed upside down and backwards.
How do we? It's like a rabbit hole. I'll look up. Eric was showing Famous Monsters, that the first 20 were in public domain. I could have never afforded those. I collect Famous Monsters, so I want to get those. And then I look it up, and I see that you've reprinted the Charlton Monster magazine. Was that Horror Monsters?
Horror Monsters, yes.
And it was, anyone that's ever touched that says it falls apart in their hands. It's like printed on parchment paper, like the Declaration of Independence.
You mean the originals, right?
The originals, yeah. Okay. So it'd be right. No, I don't mean your book. No, anyone that's ever handled the real, because it's Charlton, and right. So it's like to have that is wonderful. And then I saw that you reprinted a lot of monster magazines. So it's like
monster magazines have become really popular, and it's something we've only been doing monster magazines and black and white comics for the last couple of years, because for the first 2 years I said nobody's going to be interested in that. Nobody's going to want black and white comics. Nobody's going to want monster magazines or black and white versions of color comics. And I cost myself a lot of sales those first 2 years by thinking that way.
Well, what is the difference in price? Is it for a color book versus black and white? Is it like about $20 more, or what is it about?
Well, of course, it depends on the page count. But let's just say our average book, and our average book in color is $39.99, and it can go anywhere from $8.99 up to $100 and something. But the average book is $39.99 in color. That same book in black and white would be $15.99.
Yeah, it brings out the OCD though in me. It's like I want to have all 5,000 books, and I want the color versions, but I would never be able to in my life. But I want to get it all. But I'm so sorry, Graphic Man. Micah's down at the bottom. I haven't even introduced him. Okay, this is Graphic Man from Missouri. I'm sure he's been waiting eagerly to ask you some questions too.
Hello, Mr. Jones. I just wanted you to see this. And you were just talking about the dates that was printed. I absolutely love that. June 11th, by the way, this year. And I think these are fantastic quality, by the way. And whoever is, like you say, whoever is printing them, they stay really good.
It is the Evil Empire.
Yes. I don't know if you're familiar with Asterix. He's a French little guy, but over here in America, he's not so well known. The printing of the English American versions, after you read it about 3 times, the cover just falls off. So the printing is fabulous. I don't know how much credit you can take for that, as you explained.
0.
Yeah, these are just absolutely fabulous, and I don't know if I can jog your memory. About 3 or 4 weeks ago, I wrote to you, and you were kind enough to send me several of your PDFs, basically your catalogs, and I'm amazed at how much of basically free content you're putting in there as well. I spend half my time just reading the examples you've given to everyone. You're extremely generous on your part, and basically I just wanted to jump in here and say thank you, and I'll be glad to bow out and let these 2 gentlemen take over. And I don't want to gang up on you with too many people on the screen, but it's a pleasure to meet you.
It's great. It's great to talk to you. I talk to very few people.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyone else wants to follow the link in the chat and come on and talk, you're welcome to. And you don't have to run away, Graphic Man, if you don't want to.
All right.
Everything's cool. Because if I start stumbling and have a Joe Biden moment, you can help me out. So, man, so what else?
I have a question while you're thinking.
Thank you.
With all the stuff that you are putting together, I'm assuming you are a fan of this material.
Yeah.
Now, if I were trying to do this, I couldn't stop reading long enough to get any work done. Was that hard at first before the business drive kicked in? It's like, man, I want to read all this stuff, but I've got to get this done.
You would think that it would, but in the early days, losing my mask there, I have light sensitivity. All that talk about immortal vampire stuff is just talk. It's simple light sensitivity, a perfectly human, normal, mortal Homo sapien thing. But it's still daytime here.
I
So
didn't
all
even
that
notice
talk
the
is-
mask.
I'm Batman.
Yeah.
But as far as that goes, in the early days, desperation kept me from doing it. In the early days, I was sitting there 10, 12, 14 hours a day because I needed to get material out. And then after that, greed took over for a while. And now it's just so, if I take the time to read, I feel guilty. And part of that is the fault of a lot of the guys on Facebook who are, they're the greatest guys on the planet. And some of them help me out immensely. But they're also very good at reminding me, didn't you say that was going to be out today? And so I try not to read. Plus, I don't enjoy reading on a computer screen. Now, every now and then I will order one of my books and I will sit down and read it and remind myself exactly what I'm doing. But since I don't enjoy reading on a computer screen, I'm able to skirt around that a little bit.
Well, that's the godsend of what you're doing, is because a lot of these books are there if you know where to look, I guess, online. But, the blue light after a while does its toll on older eyes or even younger eyes. And having the books on paper, they'll survive even after an electromagnetic pulse or some, solar flares, whatever, terrorism takes all the computers down. You'll still have these books. And I guess what I was going to say is the history of bringing all this stuff back from the Golden Age and the Silver Age. I remember, and I read you had the same experience, Lance, when you were a kid, reading the 80-page and 100-page giants and the reprints and Marvel Tales. But in some cases, they had redrawn the stuff. And so as a kid, you think, well, this art wasn't that great in the Golden Age. But that's because someone redrew it because they didn't have the original art. And then I think when those DC archives started coming out, the art looked pretty bad, and the lettering, that can't be the way it really was. And then I think they were hiring people just to redraw it so they could have a black and white, art. Then they could color it, because I think when you reproduce. If you reproduce most of the reproduction now, like several companies, what's the company, Graphic Man, that puts out those hardcovers that I sent you some of them? What's that company?
PS Art Books?
Yes.
Yeah, like PS Art Books. Everyone just shoots it from the original comic page. But then I guess they're worried about the color registration being off, but that's part of the comic book experience. But then
I love bad color registration.
Yeah, well, then Greg Theakston, I remember in the late 80s, he took it to a whole new level. He had discovered this new way of reprinting the old Golden Age comics, but it required that you have a copy and you destroy it. He bleached out the color so we'd have a black and white master. And that's how it was done. You had to destroy a real comic to do it. But now people are just shooting, because the computers have gotten to the point where you can just shoot off the page. But anyway, to my question, so you find some stuff online, but then it seems like what I've gathered from Facebook, you have a network of friends that are comic collectors that send you scans from their own comics, and it looks like you've got like a KISS army on like Friends of Gwandanaland. It's FOG, and there's a whole page. I don't know if you guys know about this, where it's all the fans, and then you talk about what you just done. Like last week, you finished the run of Plastic Man, and it's just like a whole world of
it would be impossible to do what I do now without these guys. You're right. Initially, I got all of my scans online, and I still get a huge percentage of them online. But at the same time, there are people who have collected scans. We have a guy, Bob, who has over 120,000 files he's sent to me. We have Brian, who is probably scanning as we speak. He finds things on eBay. I find things on eBay or garage sales. And if they're public domain, I send them to him, or he sends them and he scans them and sends them to me. I've got a guy, Peter, who, because he wants to and because he enjoys it, does some of the preliminary layouts so that I can go in and do my final adjustments and things. He saves me hours on every book. Chris is doing the website. The list goes on and on of people who are sending me books to scan or sending me scans. I compensate where I can, but some of them do it because they want to. Some of them do it because they're proud to be a part of it. And like I said, beginning with the guy who wanted to hold that book in his hand, everything changed, and now it's taken on a life of its own. And yes, it is a business. I do want to make money. I would like to buy a yacht someday. I have this accidental retirement plan, but it's also something bigger, and the history of it, preserving the history, preserving those stories that, like you said, people won't touch because they are politically incorrect. And many of them are. Many of them are horribly incorrect. They're terribly incorrect. By rights, I should never touch them, which is another reason I don't read them. Then I don't have to worry about that. It is history.
If you don't remember the past, you're condemned to repeat it. So
it's not a Confederate statue. We're not venerating them. This is the literature that was. And so, am I justifying it? Perhaps I am to a certain extent. I'm a capitalist. But at the same time, it is the real history. It was a bigger part of our culture than most people know.
Right.
Well, we're happy to. Just say real quick, we're happy to help facilitate your retirement as your product delays ours.
Well, I have been told I am not allowed to die.
Go ahead. If I could ask, do you get special requests often that you have to kind of turn down? For example, maybe size. For example, here's a cover, and you have the box border around it. Do you ever have someone say, "Hey, look, I'll pay double, but can I have Nightmare going all the way to the extended edges, and maybe put all this information about what number it is on the back"? Do you ever get requests like that you have to kind of gently turn them down? Or
I do. If I can do it, I will do it. Like that book you're holding up. If someone were to say, "Hey, I like this Nightmare volume," and I can't see exactly which one that is.
2373.
Okay, I mean the volume number.
Oh, volume 2.
Volume 2. So that's probably, if they say, I prefer the cover for issue number 8. I'd really like to have that on there. And can you do it in red? I'll change the file for them.
Wow.
If you wanted that in red with the cover from number 8, that's no big deal. I'll do that. Right now, I'm working on a book that someone not only told me what they wanted, they told me what stories and covers they wanted and in what order. And I'm putting together a special collection of that. Example, if I can do it, I will. I'm limited by formatting requirements.
For example,
so there are a lot of things I can't do.
Not to give one of your competitors too much credit, but let's say someone has a bunch of Harvey horrors and the spine is black, and someone said, "Hey, I'd like all my magazines and my horror titles to be a black spine." You would be able to do that for them.
Well, that one might be a bit extreme to do all of them because I have just as many people who say I like different colors.
Sure.
And one thing I've learned about the FOG guys is those guys can't agree on anything. I did a survey once a couple of years ago, And the one thing I learned more than anything is that I should never do surveys because they can't agree on anything. What is the ideal book length? Do you prefer one color or multiple colors? Do you prefer this or that? No. If I can do it, I will. Turning all of the horror things black, that might be a bit extreme.
So part 2, like you say, this is volume 2. If someone said, hey, I would like volume 1 and 2 together, is there a maximum number of pages that your printer would want you to say no to? Or?
Yes. And we've been doing an increasing number of giants. And a giant is a book that is a combination of other books. Nightmare Giant, probably, if I'm not mistaken, almost certainly contains volume 1 and 2. In our standard 8.5 by 11, we can go to 590 pages.
Wow.
If it's more than 590 pages, we can do it, but we have to go down to 8 by 10. And we call those the super giants because they're more than 600 pages. They can go up to 828 pages. We do have a few super giants. In color, they're very costly. An 828 page super giant book is likely to be $120. In black and white, it's $29.99, which is the main reason people want it most of the time.
With the prices going up on various commodities, are you running into any difficulty with paper prices going up, or has that happened yet?
They have never raised the cost of any of our books so far. Okay. That's not to say it can't happen, but since I've been doing this, my cost has not changed. So, and if it ever did significantly, it would be a long, long weekend changing 5,100 prices if I had to do that. So I'm very glad for that. But so far, no. So far, they have not. And big kudos to Amazon for that, at least. I mean, we can yell and scream about some things, but this business wouldn't exist without them. So to some degree, I am dependent on the evil empire. But so far, the cost, so far, so good.
How many of these books do you actually physically own? Do you own many on an actual shelf?
I have one.
Which one is that?
Here's the thing. The other thing about me is this. I will order a book because I want it, and I want to see it, and I want to read it, and then I'll put it on the shelf, and it will scream at me, "Sell me! Sell me!" And then I'll end up going on FOG on the Facebook page and saying, "Okay, I've got this. It's been read. I've got this book. It's normally $39.99. $20 shipped or whatever." And it's gone. I can't. I would be a horrible retail person.
Right. But what about, you may not own them, but do you have a top 5 or top 10 of your catalog that you're most proud of?
Well, for different reasons. Jumbo Comics, we completed 27 volumes, all 160 some odd issues of Jumbo Comics. I'm very, very proud of that. And all of the characters within it have their own collections as well. Wow. I love Fiction House. So that was a big accomplishment for me. Personally, some of my favorites are Hangman. Not a huge long series, but he's ruthless, and I like that. I'm very proud of a lot of the custom things that I've done. The people have said I would like these books put together, these stories. The unfortunate thing is because I do so many of them, I often have to etch-a-sketch them from my head after I'm done. And then I'm reminded of them later on. And I say, oh, I did that? Or I'll make a big mistake and publish the same thing twice and not realize I've already done it.
Are the early 60s Joe Simon Sick magazines in public domain, or have you ever checked?
I don't recall if I've checked. If Brian is watching this, he'll let me know right away because he's my data guy. I'll check this stuff and then he'll keep the records for me. He's my catalog guy. keeps things in order. I don't recall off the top of my head if we've checked sick or not.
Yeah, it's like it was a magazine I remember as being terrible in the 70s. And this friend of ours comes on from time to time. He showed the 60s sick, and I'm thinking, this was this brilliant beatnik magazine. This was not the sick I remember from the 70s. So I thought that, and it since Joe Simon was the editor, there's superhero parodies and stuff from the Silver Age. It's really cool.
Well, if it's post 1964 and it contains a proper copyright notice, then odds are we can't touch it. Although we do some things that are what we call orphans, like the Erie books.
Right.
Technically they are covered by copyright, but there exists no one who owns those rights. They aren't around anymore, at least based on our best research. If we ever find out we're wrong, we'll correct it.
Or no one that would want to admit.
Yes, we do some research first.
It's like,
what was that?
The descendants of of Myron Fass or whatever, they may not want to admit that granddad did that in those magazines.
I've been screamed and yelled at by descendants. This is not public domain. We own this. We're going to sue. And Skywald is a perfect example. I got contacted by someone who claimed that he owned the rights to Skywald. Well, the problem is that Skywald was public domain from the moment it was published, because they never put a copyright notice in their black and white books.
Mm-hmm.
They did in their color comics. So we don't do the color comics.
Right.
But there's no copyright notice in any of the Skywalds. And so, we're not pirates. We won't do anything that we believe to be unethical. We do some research.
Mm-hmm.
We do all the research that we think is possible. Are we 100%? I hope so.
Yeah. Here's a question. I'm so sorry, Graphic Man. Hold on a second. It's a very delicate magazine to handle, and it's hard to find in good condition, but you'd have to shrink it. Here's the question. The Monster Times, is that public domain?
Some of the issues are.
Oh.
Some of them aren't. Most of them aren't. But some of them, during a critical period, did not contain a copyright notice. Unfortunately, their tabloid size, even in their current size, that print is extremely small.
Right.
It would be very difficult for me to do them in the formatting that I use. Now, when I win the lottery or sell 1 million books and can provide my own printing facilities, then it's a different story. But right now, even those that are public domain, I can't do them.
Yeah. What monster magazines do you have out? Famous Monsters 1 through 20, and then you've got Horror Monsters, and then there's
for
another
reasons of trademark, I cannot use that phrase. You can.
Oh, okay. So sorry.
I call it Movie Monsters Magazine.
Okay. Right.
The first 21 issues are public domain. After that, they were either renewed or it was post 1963. The Horror Monsters from Charlton.
So
I'm sorry.
You can't put the logo on the front cover when you reproduce the covers on the interior. Can you put the logo, or do you have to obscure that there too?
For reasons of trademark, I alter those covers a little bit.
Okay.
And remove the name. Sometimes I do it out of respect. Sometimes I do it for legalities. But if for example, there are a number of issues of The Lone Ranger that are public domain. They were not renewed. It's only a certain number. We got 14 volumes out of it. But for reasons of trademark, our title is Who Was That Masked Man?
That's good.
We use the originals when we can, but we try to stay legal and ethical.
Graphic Man, what was your question? I was talking over you.
It ties in. You mentioned altering it when you have to. I just happened to notice that on this picture of the cover, you can see where there was some rough edges of the original magazine, not your book, of course. And then there's the corner had some dings. And do you ever get tempted to, I know I would, because I like to manipulate graphics. That's why I'm called Graphic Man. But I would be tempted to go in there and make everything look brand new, like sharp edges. Is it just you don't have a an art guy on staff. It just takes way too much time. No one really cares. There's several answers to that, I'm sure.
It's sort of all of those. I think even if I could do it, I wouldn't, for the sake of authenticity. I do because some scans lose some in the scanning. I mean, you lose a little in the scanning, and some scanners are better than others, and some original material is better than others. I will adjust the contrast and the brightness to make the colors stand out without distorting them. That's my only skill in this, that is really a skill, is figuring that out, which can be difficult. Like if you're doing a Western, you have to watch those blues. Those blues in the sky will disappear if you try to adjust them too much. But beyond that, no, I don't have the capability. These books would become massively expensive if I had to take the time to try to do it. And at the end of the day, that's part of what people want. They don't, and this is no disrespect to anybody who does it or enjoys it, but the people who enjoy Gwandanaland comics, by and large, don't want it digitally remastered. Okay. The scars, the wear, even the yellowing of the page, the color registration, all of that is part of the authenticity. And while nothing against the digitally remastered works, and I know they have their fans, and they're great ways to present comics, but that's just not us. That's not who we are. We try to stay as authentic. If I can't just get it a little better with brightness and contrast, I'll look for a better copy.
So you feel like you're really holding the real comic.
Yeah.
I wish you could get the old paper smell.
As close as you can.
Yeah. So, but the old paper smell is the only thing you're missing out on.
Exactly. Oh, when that lottery win comes in and I can do newsprint, we will have newsprint.
Yeah, but if you could develop a cologne or some kind of spray that's the old paper smell that you could spray on the new books. The only thing better than that is the smell of Play-Doh. My wife disagrees with me, but that is so wonderful to me.
Well, you know what? I think my data guy is a chemist, so I'll have to. Really? If you're listening to this, Brian, you're a chemist. You have chemistry patents. Let's see what we can do with some newsprint smell.
Yeah, or some
scratch. And one other thing I want to mention.
Books.
I'm sorry?
Scratch and sniff Gwandanaland books.
Yes.
Scratch them. And
one other thing I do want to mention, because you had mentioned print dates, Graphic Man. We do update our books when we can. If we find a better scan, we'll replace it with the new scan. Sometimes books or pages are missing and we find them later. If you have a Gwandanaland comic book and it is significantly updated, and our guidebook kind of tells you, we have a guidebook that kind of tells you when that is. If we significantly update a book, we will replace your book. And those print dates are valuable to me in the sense that if I in fact, this just recently happened. A guy said, I just ordered this from Amazon and there's an error on page 109. And I looked and there wasn't an error on page 109. And then I went back and looked and yes, there was. And we corrected that on January 23rd. Well, it just so happened that he had a book printed on January 21st. But if you have, let's say, well, here's a good example. We did the Moon Girl series. And the Moon Girl series, we were missing some issues. So it was just a treasury. A treasury for us is something that's not complete, not close to complete. It's just a treasury. Well, we completed it. So anybody who has the Moon Girl treasury, I will send them the complete Moon Girl. So we do
return the original.
I often ask them to return it to me or give it to someone locally. Depending on what it is, because I am planning to go to conventions and I can use some of those return books as browsers, so that people can thumb through them and ruin them.
Right.
But sometimes I just say, hey, find somebody who likes it, and you just whatever you do, if you ever have a Gwandanaland book that has an error or is damaged, do not return it to Amazon. They will sell it to someone else.
Wow. So everyone understands, if you open a Gwandanaland book to the inside back cover, is that where it is?
Yeah.
There's a date it's not just a month and a year, it's actual date that it was
The
printed,
actual
right?
date that it's printed, yes.
So
And go ahead.
have
By the
any,
way, mine says
Go ahead.
Texas, Coppell, Texas, or Coppell. I don't know how to pronounce it. So I don't know if you have more than one.
They have
Capel.
over half a dozen print facilities
Okay.
across the country, and there's no rhyme or reason to where a book might come from.
That is so wild that the technology allows books to be printed just instantly. So have any of the books that have gone out of print kind of become collector's items and are sought after? Do you have any books that are really valuable now or going up in, or
Well,
is there a collector's market for
the
reprints?
books we've retired because we had to. We retired them because we found out that there had been renewals. Nobody's ever forced us to pull anything. In fact, DC contacted me about a year ago and said, "Hey, we found out that you're reprinting these books, and these particular issues are our property, and they were renewed." And I wrote back and I said, "I retired those 2 years ago." Those books, yeah, there's a secondary market for those, no question about it. And that's, I guess that's good and bad. I get people all the time offering me extra money if I could accidentally print another one. But we have to draw the line somewhere.
So we're being asked by Tom Smith in the chat room if about a magazine called This Magazine is Crazy. He says, you did Crazy Man Crazy, and This Magazine is Crazy is the same magazine under a different title. So in other words, I guess you could add it to that book that already exists. And like you're saying, you sometimes expand books and make them more complete. But apparently that's the same magazine. They just kept changing their title from Here to Insanity or whatever. It says it's a Charlton title. And those Charlton humor magazines of the 50s are completely different from what people normally think of Charlton. They're like super, really good quality, the artists and everything. So I don't know. Is that a
most
magazine?
People don't know that the whole history of Charlton Comics in the 50s and 60s was that they only did the comics because it was cheaper to print comics at night than to shut the machines down and bring them back up. That's why they paid lower page rates. That's why they used lower quality. That's why they had, there were all sorts of things they did to cut corners, because they were a magazine publisher that just did comics at night, so they didn't have to shut down their machines.
Okay.
And in spite of that, they have quite the following.
Oh, I love Charlton. I'm not knocking Charlton. I'm just saying, when Tom came on and showed those 50s humor magazines, it was like a revelation. The art was amazing. The comic strip parodies, it wasn't like Harvey Kurtzman era Mad, but it was really good. And I loved the 50s, and I love humor magazines. And it was like, that's like prime stuff. So,
And our only difficulty is actually finding scannable copies of a lot of that. Yeah. I mean, my wanted list is also very, very long of things that if I could get my hands on, I would do.
Have you set a limit as far as you've said in your heart, I'm not going to go past the year 1899 or way out there in the past? And I'm not for comics, but for any periodical, whether it be popular.
No, if someone wants it and I can do it, I'll do it. If I think it's worth doing, I'll do it. We just did The Adventures of Foxy Grandpa, 1904, I want to say. I'm a historian by career, life, whatever. So, if I can find a book from 1727 that I think people want to see, we have expanded into some pulps. We've done some science fiction reprint novels. We've done some Air Wonder stories, amazing stories, all sorts of different things. We are branching out. The big little books, a lot of those are public domain, and we've been doing our own versions of those. But no, there's no limit. Of course, most of what we do is 1939 to 63. But the sky's the limit. I mean, I will be doing this 6 months after I die.
Wow. The other fiction house titles you talked about, Jumbo Comics with Sheena. What about the science fiction and fight comics? Are you going to do those, or have you done
Planet Comics is my favorite. Yeah. We've done the full Planet Comics, color and black and white. Jungle Comics. We have not completed Jungle Comics, so we're still working on it. I have an 8-volume Kaanga.
Oh, wow.
Kaanga from Jungle Comics and from his own. We're working on Wings Comics, Fight Comics,
yes,
and Rangers Comics. The big 6.
Does that include Firehair, which was kind of like a
Firehair? And Firehair already has her own volume.
Oh, good.
Yes. Oh, wow. Some things I can remember. Now, the scantily clad women from the jungle, I'm pretty good at remembering those. Of course, they get a lot of play on the page as well.
Yeah.
Do you have a personal comic collection, or it's just like that's your job? You kind of don't.
I did growing up. I was a child of the 60s, teenager of the 70s. I was a DC guy until the early 70s. Then I was a Marvel guy. I was a Jack Kirby guy. And then life and family and kids and jobs took over for a very long time. So I had it at one point in time. Now I don't have a physical collection for the same reason that it sits on the shelf and it screams, find me a home.
Right. So what are some of your favorite writers or artists that you really love?
Well, I'm a Kirby guy for sure. I grew up on Commandy, and it's one of my best honors that I published Jack Kirby material, including some of his earliest first stuff, and something I thought I would never do. And that gives me the opportunity to watch the evolution of his work at the same time. Now, from the Golden Age, people I had probably never heard of before, probably one of my favorites is Rudy Pillay. And it's not a name that you hear all bantered about, but I even did a Rudy Pillay book of some of his stuff because I think his work is that good. It's excellent. I enjoy the Ditko work. I'm not as much of a Ditko fan as I am a Kirby guy. I guess it's like they say you're a home improvement guy or a Fraser guy. I'm a Jack Kirby guy. But there are a lot of, I came to know these artists over time from doing the work, from doing the Gwandanaland comics and from the things that people have said and things that people have told me. Like I said, Rudy Pillay is one. I'm trying to think of who else comes to mind that I really like. Sam Glanzman is another one that's very popular. And of course, who doesn't like a good Matt Baker? And even some guys that worked their way in through the Marvel era, but started in the earlier days, the Ross Andrews and the Mike Espositos. And you start to see who's fitted for what genres. I know nothing, and yet I know a lot more than I thought I did.
So, I've heard that Jughead Jones of the Archie fame is part of his early appearances are now public domain. I don't know if you can verify that, but I've also heard they want you to not use the crazy little hat that he wears, or there's an emblem on it or something that they could still consider a trademark. But are you aware that you might be able to actually touch some of those early Archie stories?
We've actually done some early Archies, some of the earliest stuff. We've also done some Archies from the 60s because, and this was a fan who found out something that we didn't know and let us know, that from 1963 till some point in 1966, for many of their titles, they forgot the copyright notice. So we have a 3-volume, what we call Gal Pals, a couple gals named Betty and Veronica. We have 3 volumes of that from the 60s. We have America's Pal, which would be your spiky-headed guy. And we have America's Favorite Redhead.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Because for a 2.5, 3.5 year span, they just forgot. And then at some point in 1966, somebody over at Archie Comics said, uh-oh, and started slapping it on. But of course, if you publish something without a copyright notice, it's public domain right away. If you publish it without a copyright notice and distribute it in a regular way, and do not correct it. Like if they published it and then tried to recall and put out a corrected one, they would be safe, but they didn't. They just went 2.5 years without a copyright notice. So we do have a lot of that out.
Amazing.
Have you ever had a collector give you that actually owns original artwork and scanned it and gave you original artwork? I guess that would require a colorist. Maybe that would be
yeah. We do have some original artwork in some of our books. I think one of the things that makes me happiest is Seth Powell, who is Bob Powell's son or grandson. I can't remember right off the top of my head. He sent us a sketch that was done that's in one of our books that doesn't appear anywhere else, and it's with permission, because otherwise it wouldn't be public domain.
Okay. How many books are there? Any other books where you actually have original material that's never been published before?
Oh, well, of course, the Monster Society has the
you finished it
in the end. We also have what we call the Steel Sterling Project, which what I did is I whited out the balloons of a particular Steel Sterling story and held a contest where the guys filled it in, and then they voted on the winner. We have that as, I think we have 16 different versions or something in one book. We have not done a lot of original material. I want to do some original material. I have the rights to some great science fiction that if I could find an artist, I would willing to put in that kind of work. I would be doing some more original material. It's just, baby steps.
So if it's this easy to print a book, then why don't these aspiring comic book creators, they can just create art and send it to Amazon, and then people can print, then they'll print books.
Many do.
So it's that easy to be a published writer. Holy smoke.
That easy to be a published writer.
This, that you could write a book.
Is this the art you're looking for? Is this something like a Prince Valiant where you've got the text and someone just needs to come up with a rocket ship landing on a planet? Or does it really need to follow?
Well, this particular case, I have the rights to some good science fiction novels that I would love to see in comic book form. So how it would work from there, I guess it would depend on the artist. I've had people contact me, and either it wasn't the right style, it's not ponies and unicorns, or it didn't fit in some way, or we couldn't reach an agreement on how we were going to handle it. Because even though we are the biggest publisher of classic American comics in America, we're still a pretty small company.
Okay.
What about Maisie? M-A-Z-I-E. Have you ever done that?
Familiar, but
it's like an Archie,
a teenage girl
from Harvey, isn't it? I don't know. It's. I'll look it up. Hold on.
It rings a bell, and I think somebody asked me about it not long ago. I just can't remember off the top of my head, and I would be rude to sit over here and check databases. Plus, Brian, like I said, he's my data guy. He tells me what I forgot, which is a lot.
Yeah, it's a Harvey comic. It's it's got a really cute mid-century look. It doesn't really, it's an Archie ripoff, but it has its own distinctive style. Let me pull it up real quick, because I can
We do our own version of. You may be familiar with a Marvel title from the 70s, Millie the Model.
Yeah.
We actually do have Magnificent Millie because the first 91 issues are public domain.
Wow.
And then somebody said, oops, we forgot to renew them.
This comic here, does that look familiar?
It hasn't come up yet. I'm still buffering. I'm surprised I've kept internet this long. Because when I
you're
checked in here, I'm out of town, and the guy said, oh, it comes and goes. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not.
So you're in a motel. Are you going to a convention, or are you just on vacation?
My stepson moved out west, but his car wasn't reliable. So he took mine, and I got his fixed, and now we're swapping cars. So I had to come out here to bring him his car.
Okay. So so you're going to be hitting a convention circuit once that gets up and going again? Is that your plan?
Oh, I think you lost him.
He said his wheels were spinning, so well, he moved. Lance, you there? I feel like I'm a paramedic. Or stay with us. Yeah, Basil Orloff is saying he should scan my order forms because I don't know if you guys were watching. He realized he has an order form for drugs general store, and they're soliciting, how many copies do you want of Marvel Comics #1, November 39? And they had check mark. Oh, he's gone. Hopefully he'll click the link again. But oh well.
If he doesn't, I think this was a solid, wonderful hour that we got a ton of information out of him.
Yeah, that we're going to be broke the rest of our lives and sending him money. That's what we found out. My wife is going to hate me. But just there's so much I want. It's like being a kid in a candy store.
Like I said, we'll make it so where he can retire, but we never will.
Yeah.
Do you remember in the early 80s when video stores opened up and all of a sudden, you mean I can watch all of these movies anytime I want to and they're not edited for television? Yeah. I don't have to wait 3 years to see Planet of the Apes at the 3:30 movie with half an hour cut out of it. I can see the entire anytime. It's like, holy smoke. And it's like one of those revelations that just about every comic book is starting to become available to you. And the ones that aren't available through him are being available authentically through whoever owns the material. But I don't know why some relatives would get upset with him if there aren't companies. Let me see if this is him. He's going, arg.
Well, not to sound like a vulture trying to grab up everything, but when he mentioned that DC contacted him and they had to pull some things, immediately in my mind was like, oh my goodness, what was that? I would, not that I would go out and try to, acquire such things, but I was curious.
He says, list my web, arg. Does that mean he wants me to put his website so we can, because, so people can get in touch with, that's what that means, right? List my web.
Or he might have said he lost it and just misspelled it.
Oh, he might have mistyped it.
Yeah.
Try link again. But just in case that's what he means, I could pull up, what is it? Gwandanaland.com probably. I know he's working on a master website, but where you can see everything that's available. But right now it's just like you look at Amazon and then it links you to something else. But how do you just find everything that's there? What the hell is that?
Originally, sorry. Did you send this to him privately or just in the chat?
It's through Facebook. He says he's trying to get back in.
Okay.
No, I sent it to him through Facebook Messenger. That's how I've been talking with him. And then I'm laughing at the Bigfoot face.
No.
And then I tried to get in touch with, trying to get in touch with someone else too. That, and I'm still working on Mort Todd and someone else that, but people are busy, So let's see. Anyway,
Eric, how many Gwandanalands do you have by now?
I think I have about 14 or 15.
When I contacted him and he sent me basically all these order blanks, I told him that me and basically you guys together were hoping to send a lot more business his way. And for myself, I told him I have a very little audience. And then he replied with the joke, just how short are they? And so he's a whimsical guy, and I sure hope he can come back on.
Well, I have a friend that shows up in chats on Eglantine streams, and he's seen a couple of these. I think he's ordered one or two, and he will eventually order more. I think the audience that we have over on I Love Comics is a little younger and may not really be. That probably isn't their thing.
No,
but I said so I don't know how much. Unfortunately, I don't know how much business I can send his way, but I will do my best to make up for it because I love the stuff.
For example, you mentioned it to me and Gratu about a month ago, and it sure got me to get a few volumes, and I think it might have done it for Meyer Greenblatt as well. So
he says I have 8 so far.
And Gratu,
you want to come on, Meyer?
Grab a few any day now, and so he's not going to notice, on a spreadsheet our little group, but every little bit helps.
I think he might, because he's willing to do individual things for people. I think he probably does notice it. I know a lot of people aren't on Facebook anymore, and I want to get off as soon as possible. But that fan group on there might be one reason to stay with that evil thing, because it's called FOG, or I think he called it FOG, Friends of Gwandanaland. And Meyer says, I plan on doing a review of one on my channel soon.
Fantastic.
Oh, wait. Okay, let's see what's going on. So, okay.
And we can edit out all this in post-production.
Well, like the books themselves, we'll do this warts and all.
Yeah. I mean, these are... it's just an amazing thing that's happening. It just seems like a renaissance. I don't know.
Well, and I want to thank you too, Gratu, for thinking to contact him.
Yes,
because I said this, thanks to you, I actually got to meet the guy that's putting out this stuff. That's really,
Well, I'm thinking, who are the people that are really doing things that are interesting to older people or people into this type of thing, and so I thought, well, Milton Knight is an interesting guy, and it's like, and so
now go out and get an interview. Get Roy Thomas in here so we can thank him for the PS art books.
Yeah, Roy Thomas would be amazing. I guess that's possible. I've seen him do several interviews recently.
For the viewers,
on a farm now. He's 80.
Yeah.
For the viewers that are going to watch this on a replay, on the back of any of his titles, he lists 2 very good websites that if you're wanting to just kind of look around and see what you might be interested in, digitalcomicmuseum.com and comicbookplus.com. I frequented those for a long time before I even met you 2 gentlemen, and because anytime someone's willing to scan books that are in the public domain, I was willing to read them. But it's just great to have a volume printed of them, and he's done similar things.
What's weird, is there a UPC code on the back of it?
Yeah.
Isn't that just if it's like for sale on retail? Or maybe it has some other significance to the Amazon.
Well, They probably scanned that, and that keeps a record that they shipped it out. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Otherwise, why? There's no price tag. They'll say like
Right.
$20 or something.
I don't own any, but I hate to admit it. I want to, but I've just got to do it. I got to pull the trigger on something. I don't know which one to pull the trigger. I guess I need to do the Famous Monsters while they're there. I saw that he had Castle of Frankenstein, but he'd pulled them. They were all out of print. But then I realized I've got every issue of it. What am I, crazy?
It's unfortunate that this will never happen. But when you think of, like, say, DC, for example, I want to ask me, the Charlton romance books. I wonder if he's reprinted any of those. I'd love to see DC let people do that, because they're never going to reprint any of them.
No.
I was about to ask him about romance books, because that's become the new thing, because people have exhausted every genre.
Well,
now we're going to romance books. I don't know where we'll go from there. Toothpaste promotional comics or something. He says there's weather here, so I'm pessimistic. I see that there was a lot of commenting, but I didn't read them. Overall good. Yes. So I'll put keep trying. It's got a.
Just tell him you'd love to have him back sometime if
Okay, all right.
Because I'd love to talk to him again, or listen to him talk again, because this was fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me stay on. I didn't want him to feel like he was being crowded, so I was just going to gracefully bow out.
No, I appreciate it, because it's
I ended up asking about 9 questions, so I guess.
And we're probably keeping you from the auction, Eric.
I said, I don't cheat on the auction for just anybody, but this was absolutely worth it.
Yeah.
Well, as fate would have it, I've got to leave early tonight too, so I'm going to be making a cameo over there at best.
But I'm putting. We'd love to have you back sometime. Yeah, so let me make sure that he's not going to be able to come back in. So he's been having a miserable journey across the country, because his car's been overheating and barely making it from one place to the other. So, and I guess he's really from the East Coast, so he's got to go all the way back. So he's probably not doing a lot of book creating for the last few days and the next few days. But, I thought Edgar Rice Burroughs was prolific with 90, 100 books, and R.L. Stine with probably, a couple hundred baby books. But, this
them
guy's
out like
5,000.
Hank Williams used to.
I don't think anyone's come anywhere close to 5,000 books. So, anyway, the auction's the next cool place to go to, right? That's what's live now.
Yeah.
So we should all probably migrate over there.
I guess I should probably jump off here, take care of a thing or two, and then head over there myself.
Hello, Shannon. How you doing?
Oh yeah. By the way, hey Shannon, Tom, good to see you. I forgot to mention that when you mentioned that before. But I am going to jump off here, and if you guys, after you wrap this up, if you want to head on over, we could use the views and all that. So, gratitude, thank you very much for letting me come on to this one. Yeah, I said this was a blast, and Graphic, good to see you, and hope to see you guys over there in the auction in a little bit.
All
right, take care, gentlemen.
All right, take care, guys. All right,
thank you again. Appreciate it.
All right, take care, Tom. Let's see, Tom Smith's here.
Hey.
What the heck? Hey, Tom, let's see. He's just contacted us again. I thought the FOG guys would get a kick out of the disguise, but don't want people to think I am in witness protection. And he says, call me anytime. So he's not in witness protection. It's an inside joke to that group that followed on Facebook. He had explained that to me earlier, and I should have warned you guys that he said, "You mind if I come on in disguise as a vampire?" I said, "That's okay as long as you come on."
You had alluded to it earlier.
Yeah, you mentioned it
Yeah.
in a previous stream.
My wife wants to know the link to the auction.
I love comics.
Just type in "I love comics." I already have you subscribed to it.
3
So,
words. Yeah.
But she probably will wait till we're done. Oh wait, Lance Jones is back. Cool.
Oh, well.
Hello.
There you are.
I'm not sure for how long. We have storms, and it's killing the web.
Nah, well, it looks fine. Now we got Tom Smith in. He's from up in Canada. He's a major collector of humor magazines, and he's this magazine is crazy that he was asking about.
Okay.
I don't know if you've got a good quality scanner, Tom, but if you did, you could cause that to be reprinted for the world if you sent good scans to
Well,
Lance.
the scans are on Digital Comics Museum, so would he be able to use those scans for his books?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, we use a lot of DCM and CV Plus, and if they're good quality, I'm going to take a look. I would have looked while I was gone, but I didn't have any web.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the whole run is on there. The whole run's there. I've been waiting for years for them all to show up, and they're finally all there.
So it's a convoluted. It started as a comic book like Mad did, and then it goes to a magazine, and then it changes its name 2 or 3 times. So
well, for the first 7 issues, it was as a comic book, and then they changed their name as a comic book to From Here to Insanity, and then it became a magazine with issue 12, and then they changed the name again for volume 2, number 1. Became Crazy Man Crazy. 2 issues of that, which you did print. I think those are the only 2 you've printed so far. And then they changed the name again.
Matt also.
You did some Matt as well?
I think we did some
has been reprinted by other people too.
Well, 1 issue was, yeah.
Tom, could you show him those magazines? They're always like immediately within fingertips for you.
I could. What you want to see?
Just show him the ones
I can find them on DCM.
While he's doing that,
Let me make you full screen there, Eric. I'm not Eric. Sorry, Micah.
Eric, who had to leave, wanted to ask about early Charlton comics, and of course, this one's from the '70s. It's probably nowhere near being public domain, but I just think that's a great psychedelic almost feel to it. Their question that we're trying to ask is, have you been able to do any Charlton romance?
Charlton romance.
That's
I know that I have. I know that we have done some Charlton romance. I just can't remember which off the top of my head that we've done. I know that we have done some, or at the very least, they're in the process because I remember downloading them. We may have already done some. Romance is one that we kind of got in late in the game. We started with the superheroes, but we are finding a market for romance. In fact, there are a lot of manly men who like their romance.
And it's more probably a collector feel to it because they weren't necessarily well preserved. Many of the older issues, if they had a little paper doll section, the mostly teen girl audience would cut them out. So they're kind of rare. And when you do see them arrive, they go for a very high ticket price. And so I think this has sparked a lot of renewed interest. And maybe you'll never be able to see DC romance or anything else, but Charlton might be in the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I know we've done some. I'm writing it down, so I will follow up with Dr. Orloff and make sure that he has that information. Like I said before, sometimes I have to etch a sketch this stuff out of my head so I can move on to the next one. I try to keep a narrow focus. Otherwise, it overwhelms me. I can't go look at my request list or it'll just blow my mind.
I have another idea, and you probably already done this. What if you put together a book of just the most weird ads to have ever appeared? Just only ads. The whole book, front to back, weird ads.
I've had a few requests for books of ads, especially house ads.
And Okay. And another question, Micah, graphic man up there, top right, he does these weird, hilarious collages of artwork. If you do a collage of different covers, how does that fall within copyright? Like, could you
if
put
they're
out a
public
book?
domain, they're public domain.
Well, show him that combat behind you there, graphic man, that he did. It's hilarious. Put that close to the camera.
This is combat number 6, and it had a little regular guy with a bayonet, and I found a good picture of Beetle Bailey with a bayonet, and then of course it's the Korean War, and I found an image of Sergeant Snorkel from Charlton Comics, and so I've put him over this GI. Now this would be a Timely Atlas comic. And of course, I had to give it a new title because I realized, oh no, Sergeant, there's no way I'd be able to put those Sergeant stripes with all those wrinkles. It would probably take me an hour and a half. So I just erased the title and made up this title myself. But to
me, that's funnier than anything that was ever in Mad. Show him the Richie Rich one. Is that handy? Look at this thing.
So I'm making fun of the slabbed market by giving it a 12.9. And of
12.9. You don't find many of those.
Richie Rich, it was always Richie Rich Diamonds, Richie Rich Millions, Richie Rich Dollars and Cents. You name it, there was like 30 titles. And I figured if they were around today, they would be doing Bitcoin. And so I just kind of made up a... Now, to me, this would fall in parody.
Absolutely.
But I am kind of using a lot of trademarked material, and I could probably get in a little trouble.
Trademark is so gray because it comes down to that reasonable person, reasonable situation, reasonable conclusion, and that makes it very hard. Which, by the way, just to throw a plug out there, we do have some Richie Rich and Little Dot and such coming down the pike.
Oh, cool.
Well, that's
I'd pay to have a whole book.
Fabulous.
I'd pay to have a whole book of Graphic Man's covers. So, I mean, that's hilarious to me.
Well, good.
I would publish his covers in a heartbeat. Absolutely.
Okay, Tom, did you find them?
Yes, I have them here. And Mr. Orloff, you should seek out the Photojournal Illustrated Guide to Comic Book Covers, or whatever it was called. It was this beautiful 2-volume set that reprinted all these comics from the Golden Age. And
I've got it. But it doesn't show the insides and all that.
No, it does not do that. Okay, so this was the first issue, magazine-sized issue, From Here to Insanity. So that's what that one looks like. The next one you printed, and you printed this one as well, Crazy Man Crazy. You could buy that through Gwandanaland Books. Then this was the next issue. It's From Here to Insanity. Sort of
was that printed? Was that one printed by Gwandanaland?
No.
Oh, that wasn't?
The rest of these haven't been, as far as I know.
See, that's great.
They don't look familiar to me either. But if they're available, we will definitely pull them off and get that one complete.
There's one issue I'm missing. I'm missing that November 57 issue of This Magazine is Crazy, which came right after that one, but you can get it on Digital Comics Museum.
That last one with the Elvis parody, is that as I recall, that's pretty cool inside, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's really fascinating.
See, what you got here is this is a whole nother market besides the comic people, is the Elvis collectors.
We did an Elvis reprint that sells very well. It's just an early Elvis, souvenir book. Yeah, those are great.
Yeah, and I've never seen them except in his collection. I've never seen these anywhere.
I'm embarrassed to say I paid $50 for this, which is a hell of a lot to pay for one comic or magazine, but I did
there
it
are
for
crazier people.
Yes.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't do it today. No, I wouldn't do it today. but I did it, and it's, you know, I'm glad I have them. They're very hard to get. They're very hard to find.
But Tom, you say there are good scans of those available online?
Digital Comics Museum, yeah. They've been scanned periodically over the years, and they finally completed the run about a year ago or so of all.
Okay.
We'll get her done for you.
All
That's
right.
beautiful.
That's what I wanted to hear.
That's
All right.
beautiful.
So,
Have you ever thought about reprinting old Ballyhoo magazines from the 30s?
Actually, we have some Ballyhoo. We just did a few. With the Ballyhoo, again, the issue is finding the issues. But we combined Ballyhoo with a magazine called Hooey. And so
yeah.
we just did Ballyhooey.
That was a competitor to Ballyhoo, Hooey magazine.
Yeah, we did Ballyhooey. It's in our nostalgia series. The stuff that's not comics is our nostalgia series, and we've done. I couldn't tell you. I think there were 3 issues of Ballyhoo in there, but anything we can find, we're kind of doing it piecemeal. But most of our guys are thinking something is better than nothing.
Sure,
of course,
sure.
complete is best.
Absolutely. But it's hard to get full runs of these magazines. They're very hard to track down, so it's understandable what you're doing.
Which is why we do the update thing and the replacement, because if you buy a book and it's incomplete and we complete it, you'd kind of be cheated if we didn't do that. Yeah, I think we only have 3 issues of that, so we have a lot of searching to do. Give me your address. I'll send the burglars over.
There are 86 issues of the original run, and then there's about 6 issues of the second run of Ballyhoo.
If someone found out you needed a particular issue and they said, "Hey, I've got 48 scans to send you," is that possible, or are you now inundated?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and I always, if you give me scans that I need, I always compensate with a free Gwandanaland book. You can use WeTransfer.com, which is a free transfer app, and just send it to Gwandanaland@yahoo.com.
That's what you use to send me those PDFs. So I appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah. Did I send you the 3-volume detailed catalog?
I believe
the
so.
guidebook?
The cover was its own PDF many times, and then the book itself.
Yes.
And then or the form, and then there'd be another one. It's the cover by itself. I'm assuming that's because those are color, and they get sent to I don't know. Well, I don't know why they're not combined, but I'm
because
sure
the cover file and the interior file have to be submitted separately, so I have to make them separately.
It's probably sent to a different printer. That one would do the thicker and then the regular paper, I'm assuming.
I don't have a single clue.
Okay.
To me, it's just magic. All I do is I clickety click, upload, and then the elves take care of it while I'm asleep.
Wow.
I hate to make it sound like it sounds too. I'm often amazed that this can even be done.
Yeah.
That I can sit there.
Sorry, I was going to say you're the Santa Claus of the reprint world, basically.
But Santa doesn't have to come down the chimney.
No.
Have you can you reprint old Atlas stuff at all? Is that possible?
We've found very little Atlas to be public domain. We found a few here and there,
Like
but we have to check
Snafu.
them. I haven't
Snafu is
looked at
incredible
Snafu.
artwork. Like
What
if you could
what
reprint
decade is that?
What, sorry?
What decade?
1955 and 56.
55, 56.
3 issues. That's all there are. You could print them all in one volume, and the artwork is unbelievable. But some of the greatest artists ever in comics is in this magazine. Like you got Joe Manley art, and you got Bill Everett and John Severin and Russ Heath.
Could you hold up the copyright to the camera?
Yeah, this is the first issue.
Okay, Snafu, Volume 1, Number 1, Volume 2, Number 1, and Volume 2, Number 2 were all renewed.
Okay, so you can't print those. It's too bad that
No.
Marvel doesn't reprint these.
Yeah, it was published under one of their shell companies, of which they had many.
Yeah, those are the other two issues here.
Yeah, those were renewed. I was able to check those while you were showing them.
Okay, that's good. That's good you did it so quickly.
Well,
But
if it's after 1950, it's much easier. Before 1950 is a lot more work checking it out.
And I guess you can't reprint Sad Sack then, because I guess Alan Harvey owns the rights to that.
Yeah, most likely. I don't know if I've checked Sad Sack or not, but the odds are yes. The big companies, they got smart. They hit their renewals. They started to do that. DC and Timely Marvel, almost no slip ups so far, but we found a couple here and there.
How about do you ever do newspaper strips like Crazy Cat?
We haven't done many of them because getting full runs is difficult.
Oh yeah.
But I would love to do more of those. Getting full runs and getting good quality. Even the stuff you find online is pretty over processed.
So Eric Breen, can you hear us?
Mm-hmm.
Charlton, Graphic Man was asking about did you hear, was there anything you wanted to add about that romance comic question?
No, I heard the answer when I was off.
I just have to check and see what we've done and where we're at. But
I guess I do have a question. I said, you're talking about the older stuff. So some of the later Charlton issues actually do have copyright somewhere?
yes, they didn't renew the pre-63 stuff. So that's public domain. The stuff in the 60s from 1964 to 1968, their copyright notice is not proper. It's vague. And so they're public domain for that reason. But then after that, starting around 1968, they started being pretty smart. And the copyright notices are good. I don't know the situation with Charlton as far as the company goes, but
Mr. Jones, would you be able to reprint any old Cracked magazines from the 50s or 60s? Were any of those in the?
I'm pretty sure I checked those and they were renewed, but I will double check it.
All right.
If I can ask you to possibly, you don't have to answer anything I ask.
42.
Okay. Because this will require you to have an opinion, and it may not be popular. For example, Mickey Mouse. Now, or under regular copyright laws, parts of that should have been public domain by now. In fact, there was a group that printed two books called The Uncensored Mouse.
Right.
And they thought they could do it, and they thought they had a legitimate shot at doing it. But of course, Disney has an unlimited supply of lawyers.
Yeah.
Right.
So may I ask you, what's your gut feeling about that? Should we have access to the 1928 Mickeys or something like that?
Short answer, yes. The whole purpose of copyright is to provide the creator exclusive money-making rights to his or her material for a period of time. It was never intended to be forever. It was never intended to belong to a corporation as an entity. It was designed for creators. Yes, the problem is with like a Disney or half a dozen other mega corporations is they will fight for the right even if they don't have the right.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to be sued, okay? But if the right time came along and I felt strongly enough about something, I would go to the mat for that. Public domain is necessary for society. It's necessary for the progression of society. It's necessary for creativity to grow. That's why it's a mistake for the government to continually expand the 27-year, 47 year expanded to 75 years. Now it's 95 years. That's all detrimental to society. And yes, there are some things that if, Archie catches wind of it or somebody else, they might sue me for it, even though I'm in the right.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, if they have enough lawyers, Disney being the greatest example of that.
And so how do you protect yourself against some, dare I say, some knucklehead judge who he's hearing all these arguments and he's thinking, this is just funny books. Who cares? And he's just going to side with them instead of you. Do you have much recourse?
That's happened.
Yeah.
It's happened many times. We print we reprint a lot of material that I know people would object to. And I have people tell me, well, that's not public domain. Well, I believe that it is. I honestly, truly believe that it is. Judges have made bad decisions with regards to that. Judges have made multiple bad decisions. There's a couple examples that come to my mind that I don't want to get into specifics of, because we're kind of defying that. And I'm waiting for somebody to take me to the mat on it.
It doesn't have any matter what we're talking about, but I personally think Captain Marvel should have been allowed to stand at Fawcett Comics, and it's not near enough like Superman for DC to be able to bully anybody around. But
but they did a stupid thing.
What'd they do?
They did some stupid things. Like Captain Marvel, they'd have been fine if they hadn't done the same throwing the car cover.
Yeah.
It's like they were. It's like walking into a bank with a sign on you that says, "I'm going to rob you now."
Yeah.
But yeah,
I thought a little
because
boy,
Superman, Between You, Me, and the Moon, not that original a concept to begin with. He's about as generic as you can get.
Yeah.
Now that might be an unpopular opinion.
Well, I think he was original for the time. I don't know if there's anything quite like that before.
Well, if you were a kid then, I mean, people have forgotten about John Carter. He had a red cape. He was on another planet. Superman didn't originally fly. He just jumped. And John Carter was huge still then, but has been forgotten now. And
he's a superhero? He had powers? I thought he was just a Buck Rogers.
John Carter on Mars, like Superman on Earth, had powers because he was from another planet. Yeah.
Wow.
So he could jump. He had super strength. He could take on these giant 15-foot tall green Martians. I mean, it was such a part of our popular culture. It's been forgotten because, unlike Tarzan, it was never made into movies until a few years ago. Yeah. But it's so part of our popular culture that if you hand a box of crayons to any 4-year-old and say, draw Martian, they'll pick out the green. And it's because it's from that. Because the first Martians he sees are these little baby Martians hatching from eggs. So we think Martians are little green men, even though it's a red planet, because of those books that were huge. It was like Harry Potter of that time period. Except good.
Grazie, real quick. I said I have been summoned.
Oh,
that's the bane of technology. You can't get away from anybody. Lance, it was great to meet you. Thank you very much for coming on, and hopefully you'll be able to come back and talk to us again sometime, because this was great.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. And
I'm happy to get on my soapbox anytime. I maybe next time we'll entice them with an identity reveal.
Yeah,
I knew that the FOG guys would get a kick out of this because of the immortal vampire theme we have going.
Right.
Well,
but I'm not in the witness protection program. I'm just kind of prolonging the joke until the conventions.
Well, you guys have a great rest of the stream. Take care, everybody.
Thanks. See you later, Eric.
Thanks.
I love people on soapboxes. Like, what are some of your other pet peeves? Do you hate slabbing? Is there because I go on long rants about don't encase your books in plastic.
Yeah. Well, of course, I understand its reasoning. I understand the purpose of it. The main purpose was, okay, Tom has a book. Graphic Man wants to buy the book. Tom and Graphic Man may or may not agree on the condition. Let's ask Dr. Orloff's certification service to tell us what he thinks it is objectively. But if you look on Facebook now and you look, what do people argue about the most? Whether or not that slab, that comic deserved that 9.4,
right.
looked more like a 9.1 to me. Well, wait a minute. What about this? Should that have counted? Well, what about something in the interior? Does it matter? You're never going to see the interior. So I understand the purpose of it. I think it has gone too far. I think that it's like in the 1978 when we would argue whether it was good, very good, fine, very fine, or because there was a tear on page 54, does that change it altogether? I think it's just, it has its reasons, it has its purpose. I personally wouldn't want to own a book I couldn't open.
Right.
Me
and
either.
then people seal it in plastic, and then then they say, well, the book's protected. But now if there's any damage to the plastic, then it's like, oh, it's not. So they have to put special things to protect the plastic that's protecting the comic.
Right. The book is a 9.1, but that plastic is only an 8.7.
That's right.
It's fucking insanity. Comic collectors are all insane to begin with, but I hate it when people prey on our obsessive compulsive disorder. Like all these, this is another thing, all these variant covers on these new comics, like 40 different covers for a comic. It's making it not fun. I don't see how anyone getting into comics now would find that fun.
Someone asked me if we were ever going to do a limited edition. I said never intentionally.
Do variant covers.
Never intent. We do. Well, we have
customize.
We have changed covers because we found something we liked better. We changed our entire cover design a couple of years ago. I think it was Eric was holding up a book, The Nightmare, where I'm sorry, Graphic Man. If you look at the back, it's all text. Well, now we put more cover images on our back. In fact, if you've had a newer version of that, it might have all those different. So we have created variants, but not intentionally, not to make you want to go out and buy 6 of a book.
Yeah.
Wow.
Although you're welcome to do that if you want.
Wow. So of the 5, when you say what's the total number you're up to now? 5,000?
Roughly 5,100 distinct books. Now that does include that does include the fact that some have color and black and white versions.
Okay.
But that there are 5,100 distinct books. Roughly, I'm going to say 3,100 or 3,200 different titles if you lump the black and white and color together. And
of that 5,100, does that count the few that have been polled, the 5,100? Or is that the currently available 5,100?
I'd have to check with the data guy to be sure, but I think it does include the retired titles. But I'm, most weeks I do 25 more, so that changes anyway.
Wow.
This week's not going to be like that. I do my production lists on Sunday, and I'm not looking forward to the brevity.
What's the craziest thing your little group friends of Gwandanaland, like, do they ever argue about, hey, I think the text ought to be Times New Roman, or what's the craziest thing they've ever, or do they all get along with each other?
Well, most of them get along just great. I mean, these guys they're the most sarcastic, sardonic, smart-ass bunch you're ever going to meet, and you cannot make a comment without it being twisted and taken 47 different ways. But if you're asking what's the most ridiculous thing, or the most picayune detailed thing, wow.
Well, that's
for the most part,
good that nothing's coming to your mind. That's
nothing's
good.
coming to my mind. Of course, I get people who say, can you do it saddle stitched? I want it to look exactly like the real comic. It's just not within my abilities to do that. But overall, no. They don't agree on anything. Someone would want this cover instead of that cover, or this story instead of that story, or in the early days, we didn't do things like credits and scanner credits and writer and artist credits, but we're doing that more and more because people want that. And as we go through an update, we're doing that. But the requests aren't really ridiculous. They're just a lot.
Yeah. What are
just
some,
a lot of them?
do you have some books that you know are coming out in the next few weeks that you can think of off the top of your head? I know you're not in your office, but
no, but I do have my short list. Well, I'm working on a Black Hawk collection for someone. He asked if I could do it. It's a specific set of villains and allies. It's called what is it? Fiendish Foes and Alluring Allies. It's a Black Hawk treasury. We're doing the Jumbo comics I told you about, the 27 volumes. We're doing them as 17 Giants. That someone requested that. We're finishing off our Plastic Man comics full issue collection, the 64 issues, volume 11 and Giant number 5. Let's see, what else do we have? I do have a Beatles magazine coming out. A hockey magazine from the early 60s that I found out was public domain.
what
We
about
have something. I'm sorry.
what about old wrestling magazines?
Nobody's
There'd
asked
be a demand
for any
for
of
that.
those yet, but it's certainly. I can almost guarantee you they haven't been renewed. We're doing. We're actually doing.
Do you remember the bloodbath on those covers? And we were just talking. We were talking
there's
last
probably
time.
a market for it.
Oh,
We're
definitely.
actually doing pretty healthy sales in what we call the Backroom Classics, which is basically 1950s girly magazines.
Right.
So I'm sure the wrestling would do really well.
Yeah, I was collecting those girly magazines for a good decade or more. In the men's adventure magazines, the rodents tore my flesh off and all the that stuff is great. Meyer in the chat is asking about these stag magazines. That's what
we
we're
actually
talking about.
have some of those in the queue to be scanned. Actually, I think Brian sent me the scans. I just haven't gotten to them yet, which is sort of something I should put across my chest. I just haven't gotten to them yet.
Yeah. Well, I know that you would be branching into a whole nother collector's market if you did wrestling stuff.
Have you been able to do any Classics Illustrated?
No.
I ask because early on when they were printing some of those, the company that was doing that got bought out by a group called Gilberton. And Gilberton was mostly a Catholic-run organization. And there was a book, I have the original number 66, The Cloister and the Hearth, and it had a young man who did not want to become a priest. Well, the new group that owned Classics Illustrated did not want to keep reproducing that title over and over again. So when you look at the Classics Illustrated, it's mostly like some of these books, they've been printed 27 times. And of course, they have their own little way to figure out what edition you have in your hands. But I was thinking, surely those one or two issues have fallen by the wayside and they didn't get a second printing. But
and it's possible that they never got renewed.
Yeah.
So look at this magazine with this Batman and Robin wrestling team. If you could find a scan of this magazine, it's just insanity what's out there. But
if I can find the material, we'll find room for it. I want to focus and stay focused on the comics.
Right.
But this other stuff is, it's good variety. It's good sales. I mean, our black and white sales, which includes black and white comics, monster magazines, anything that's not color, is now 55% of overall sales. So I can't ignore it.
Yeah.
And the black and white horror is just through the roof.
Right.
The Skywalds and the Eries and that stuff. So I can't ignore it. It's not what we always considered the core product, but
it's
we'll be doing
fun
them.
stuff. And in that case, you're getting it pretty much the size it originally was, and you're not missing the color. It's just the way it was.
Mhm.
The Erie publications and all that. But I got to get those Famous Monsters. What are there, 4 volumes? Famous Monsters.
You know,
well, you can't call it that.
Right, at Movie Monsters magazine, but I'm pretty sure there are at least 5. But I can't think off the top of my head, and I'm afraid that if I go looking, I'll lose my web again. But I will message you that information.
Yeah, that's cool. Man,
as they would say in the Senate committee, I'll get back with you with that information, Senator.
Yeah,
yeah, that robot. What's Zuckerberg? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, are there any other humor magazines, Tom, that are super obscure that you're wondering about?
Well, there's a lot of those 70s ones that we talked about. I doubt the copyright's been renewed on any of those.
In the 70s, they wouldn't need to be. That's the problem.
Right, because they're not old enough yet.
Right. It's only 1963 and previous that they had to be renewed in the 28th year. After 1963, it doesn't have to be renewed. And after 1989, it doesn't even have to have a copyright notice.
Well, there are a lot of magazines in the 50s, like Thimk and Frenzy and Frantic. Maybe you've thought about printing some of those?
It's just a matter of finding them. If they're available online, then I try to grab them. But many of them aren't. Many of them are really obscure.
Yeah, some of them aren't online. Yeah, that's for sure.
So, Tom, you may be the hero. You own all these.
Yeah.
You made it one of your life's purpose to collect them all, in addition to all those wonderful records of early girl singers. But if you could just get what is a scanner that would be good quality enough for what you're doing, Lance? What would a scanner like that cost?
I use my $30 Canon printer scanner.
Okay, so Tom, $30 investment, and you can save the world.
Well, I've got that. Yeah. I've got that printer that he's talking about. That's my printer.
It doesn't take anything spectacular, because in order to, if you do it in too high of a resolution, Amazon KDP has a maximum file size. So if the resolution is too good, it's too big for me to use.
So you
a lot of limitations.
Do you put thanks to the people that send you the scans?
I didn't for a very long time, and I got called out on it, and I should have been. And so we're starting to do a lot more, like I said, beyond artist and writer credits for the books, but also the scanners, who without those, I'd be dead in the water.
See, Tom, here's your chance to save the history of these magazines, like you've done to save all those girl bands and girl singers and singers from the early 60s that have been forgotten. They've sent you autographed pictures saying thank you for putting my music on YouTube.
Fair warning, Tom, scanning is a pain.
It is. That's why I don't like to do it. Some people have asked me.
That's why I'm so glad Brian does.
It is.
I guess you damage the book sometimes. Oh shit!
Yeah, that happens. Yeah.
Oh,
Mr. Jones.
People send me books to scan, and if they're in too good a condition, I just won't do it. It has to be something that, don't send me your near mint condition anything.
Mr. Jones, there is a magazine that lasts for 2 issues, 1962, called Boy Illustrated, which goes for a lot of money when copies show up online of this magazine. It was for kids in the early 60s, and it's got, monsters and adventure stories. So I think that would be a big seller for you if you reprinted those 2 issues of Boy Illustrated. I can show it to you if you'd like.
No, I'll be able to find it if I'm like I said, I'm afraid of losing my web here, but I am going to write it down. You said 1962?
Yeah.
Is that the magazine that has a little vampire kid?
Yeah, on the first issue cover.
I think that's from the Oliver Reed Curse of the Werewolf movie.
I'm astounded by how much people want that magazine. It's just it's so in demand. I have both issues, but
it's got monster stuff in it.
monster stuff, adventure stories for young boys, magic tricks. It's all nostalgia, like early 60s young boy magazine, you know.
How handy is
It
that?
actually sounds familiar to me, but then that might just be, you know.
Yeah, Tom, can you
Tom,
go get that?
How long
Sure.
would it take? Yeah, get it.
Sure thing, man.
He's got everything. He's like Felix the Cat. Everything is in this closet here.
Well,
The
yeah,
entire
Felix had his
Humor
magic
magazine
bag.
is in that closet. It's unbelievable.
Mr. Jones, is there something you were hoping to tell everybody that we haven't thought to ask?
I don't
Yeah.
think so. I tried not to overthink it and just go with the flow, you know, and find out what it was you guys wanted to talk about.
Here's something I read on Facebook, so I know the answer to this, but some people are wondering what the name of the company means. Tom was calling it Guantanamo Bay Comics. But
Yeah,
it's Guantanamo. But
it's very hard to remember and spell
you'll
that name.
remember when he explains, I think. Go explain
Well,
that.
it's actually I'm glad you asked that, because it's actually the best thing I ever did business wise. Is when I
Really?
started this, I wanted a name that when people went to Amazon and plugged it in, only my stuff would come up.
But they can't spell it though.
Well, you know
can
what? It
spell.
took me a while too. Pronouncing is even harder, and I agree. I probably should have picked something simpler like Bob, you know, but
Well, not that simple, but
not
yeah.
that simple. But what it is actually is it's a bastardization of the ancient landmass Gondwanaland from 200 million years ago, and my kids and I used it when we were doing RPGs, role-playing games back when they were kids. We played Gwandanaland. And so I just decided, okay, we'll call it Gwandanaland Comics. And yes, it is hard to spell and even harder for people to pronounce. But best business decision I ever made.
And that's why I called my channel Tom Smith's Comics, my new comic channel, which everybody can subscribe to if they haven't already. Tom Smith's Comics. Look that up. Because I was going to do a longer name, and I thought, no, people like short and simple. They have trouble remembering things. They like something short and sweet. So I went the opposite route. Like you could have called your company Mr. Musaplik or whatever that guy in Superman is, you know, because I can't remember that either, spell that either. But, you know, but it is you want a name, though, that, you know, is unique, right? You don't want to call yourself something like, you know, Walmart or something. I don't know.
I'd probably get
That's a
sued for
bad
that,
example,
but it is
Boy
true.
Comics.
That was all. I just wanted something that nobody else had.
That's
Yeah,
so. Hold on, let me make you full screen. Hold it. Solo layout. Okay.
Yeah, I don't
see,
think
it
I've
doesn't
seen that,
sound
so-
cool when you just say Boy Illustrated. You think, then you see it, and it's like how to make a megaton bomb. This is fucking amazing.
And that's real. Like they, you know.
Looks
Yeah,
like a beaver to beaver.
Now,
it
see,
just
if
so
you were to
happens
scan that, you would probably want to eliminate the acid, the burned in tape acid, I guess, or
I
would
could
you?
do that easy? Yeah.
I wouldn't know how.
Oh, it's.
I
Easy.
wouldn't know how.
Oh, well,
Graphic Man could show you.
but even then, it kind of adds to the charm a little bit.
So you can buy a monkey. See, they're selling live monkeys in the
Well,
magazine.
Yeah, this is
As
good.
Bare Naked Lady said, haven't you always wanted a monkey?
Yeah, I would pay for a book of this. There's 2 issues.
2 issues, yeah. Have you
Yeah,
always
that's
wanted to
right.
look like this?
I can't get onto the Library of Congress site right now to check that one.
Right.
I'm trying,
Oh, well.
but it's not letting me. So I wrote it down. It's another one that I will absolutely find out. They look great.
Would it be possible to give us a crash course on how to do the research ourselves for the Library of Congress? Is it easy to pull up?
Yes. If you and I will send you the link after we're done here. But essentially, if it's everything after 1950 is in their online database. So if it's after 1950 that it was published, You just type in the title, and it'll give you the list of everything under that title, and if it's been renewed or not. Yeah, that's some really good stuff.
Yeah, what company put that out again, Tom?
It was self-published by Chick Stone. I think that's his name.
Yeah, Chick Stone. He was a illustrator for Marvel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would ink Jack Kirby stuff too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a CSTR Publications, which is Chick Stone something or other Publications.
Is that CHIC?
Yes.
CHIC, yes.
Yeah, that's him. That's him. Yeah.
There's some sick jokes here.
Sick.
Hey, Johnny, your dad just fell into the fireplace. Well, poke him up. It's real chilly in here.
Oh, good grief.
The school principal just hanged himself. Have they cut him down? Not yet. He isn't dead.
Yeah, this is better than most. This is good stuff.
It is.
Because it's got the 50s. What year is this?
It's
1962.
Yeah, it's got.
And remember, in humor, if someone's not offended, it can't be funny.
Right. I described
exactly
that.
It.
Yeah, so this is he was trying to put together a magazine that every kid would like to see. And I mean, you couldn't publish this today, right? I mean, because this is for like real boys, like what boys actually like.
Yeah, this is like the real boy's life.
Right.
It's like
you couldn't tell a joke about the principal hanging himself because, you'd be offending principals or ropes or something.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this full page.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I wish I could get on there and check that. It's letting me on to the main site, but not.
Go ahead.
But I will send you the information on the basics of research because, it's not a trade secret. Nothing I do is a secret. Somebody asked me the other day, hey, do you have the images for this book and that book? I said, sure, I have the images. They said, well, what would you charge to send them to me? I said, I didn't pay for them here. There's nothing secret in this. Anybody could do what I do.
That ad for Ketsugo, was that a real martial arts ad or was that a parody martial arts ad?
Oh, there isn't really any parodies per se in here. That was a real ad.
Oh, okay.
That was a real ad?
Yeah.
But they want you to send away though to Boy Illustrated for it though.
Right. Well, this would all the ads would these be able to be reprinted, Lance? Because that's part of the charm of this magazine.
Oh yeah, I would absolutely do the ads with it. If it turns out to be public domain, it'll be out before Tuesday, if I can find them.
Are you saying that that's a book that you would get in conjunction with this boy magazine?
What now?
I guess he can't hear me. Tom?
Tom, can you hear
talking to me? Sorry.
Yeah. The book that was offered in the ad, would that have anything to do with the two books, or is it a total different subject matter? Because he might want to include it as well for some sort of treasury.
Well, it's not. It's published by somebody else, I'm sure. I think it is.
So it has nothing to do with. Okay.
No, it's a self-defense book they were trying to sell through the magazine, but not by the same people, I don't think.
Tom, do you know that these scans are online?
I've never seen scans of this magazine anywhere.
So it would have to be. Now, your magazines aren't in mint condition, but would you feel comfortable putting them on a scanner, Tom?
Let me see what I can find.
Yeah, let him see what he can find.
All right. But if someone provides you scans, I don't want to suggest anything, but would you give them a free copy of the book?
Absolutely. If somebody provides me scans, I always offer them a free book. They can get the book that they contributed to, or if they already have it, they can get any book they want.
See, Tom, I think that you need to be the hero and help us get these books so we don't.
Well, let me see what I can find so he doesn't have to sit there and scan for an hour and mess up his books.
Listen to this. It says Larry was in an accident and lost both of his hands. Gosh, I wonder how he feels.
Oh boy, that's great. That's they're trying to be like it's the early '60s. They want to be like Lenny Bruce. They're trying.
How come Sis is walking on air? I told her to go hang herself.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
There's
not
a lot of
boys'
real
life.
violent stuff in there.
Yeah.
I love it.
This is not the Boy Scouts.
And they teach you how to do judo in the first issue. And this one, they show you how to do tumbling exercises.
Wow.
This is, this is for tough boys, basically, this magazine. Learn about being an outlaw like Wyatt Earp. You know?
Hey,
Oh, man.
all right.
You look like Wyatt Earp, actually.
Don't diss Wyatt.
And
You
they have
got
the
everybody
baseball
wanting this
heroes,
book,
right?
man. It's got to happen.
You got to get, yeah. I know. I look up, copies don't show up very often on eBay, but when they do, they go for quite a bit of money. That looks like
Yeah,
a
if I wanted to
Grotty
spend
Warlock.
enough money, I could find most of what I want on eBay. If I wanted to spend enough money.
Yeah.
So have you ever just said, okay, I'll bite the bullet and buy one on eBay so that you can start? Okay.
I have a
Show
few
that
times.
monster again. I'm sorry, I didn't have you in solo layout. That's what the hell is the
That's
Yeti?
cute.
That is cool.
The Yeti. Yeah, I have paid more than I probably should for a few things that I've wanted. I have to really think it's going to do well. Our average book only sells 3 or 4 copies a year.
Do you have any books that have never sold a single copy that don't even exist in the real world?
Yes. And in fact, through most of the summer, it just ended in July, we had the zombie sale. And the zombies were what I call the Walking Dead. They were books that did not sell a single copy in 2020 at all. Some of them hadn't sold a copy since they were made. That rarely happens now because every book I do is by request. I mean, I don't have to think anymore.
Yeah. So you don't have to have a certain number sold to break even like in the old days with printing. I mean,
unless I buy it, yeah. I mean, if I get the scans digitally, if I sell 2 copies in the first month, I've made up my time. And if I sell 3 or 4 a year, I'm happy. Some do very well. Some do much better.
Do you remember offhand one of those titles that didn't sell?
Didn't sell?
That we all have a good laugh at if we heard the title.
Let's see. I know Super Duck didn't do really well.
Really?
I'd buy that.
Believe it or not, a book that should have sold well but didn't, America's Little Redhead. It was one of those 1960s Little Archies collections.
Really?
Of the real Little Archies?
Jumbo Comics, the 27 volume thing.
Yeah.
Nobody bought that because they bought all the character collections. The Stuart Taylor, the Sheena, the ZX5. So nobody was buying the anthology.
Right.
Now somebody did request the Giants, so I'm doing that. But yeah, I would say probably 300 or 400 books haven't sold a single copy in the last year. But they're there.
Okay.
And then you have the Skywalds, which they've been out now for 2.5 years, and they're still the bestseller many months out of the year.
Do you have a single book that's the bestseller of everything you've done?
I'm gonna say it's probably Skywald's Nightmare Volume 1.
And how many issues of Nightmare are in there?
I'm going to say 4.
See, the ironic thing is,
it's about 264 pages, give or take, right?
I don't know. What are the prices of those Nightmares just to buy raw copies of them now? Because
I don't have a clue.
Man, it just seems like at least a few years ago, if you were to, of course you have to find them, but it seems like you could get issues of Nightmare. You could buy those for probably about $30. Am I wrong? Because I'm just, it's like, I guess it's a rare magazine. I just remember buying them when I was a kid, so I don't think it's rare.
I don't know if they're especially rare. I mean, a few issues might be harder to find than others. But it's, I think for some people, it's just this self-contained thing. Here they all are. together.
And
But
better,
I don't think they're especially pricey.
well, also it's better paper than the original, and right, so it's just better to have on a shelf, and you can just read it. But
Since
yeah,
you brought that up, I have had a couple people ask me recently, and since I've got the soapbox, they asked about the price of our books, and they noticed that there were some other books out with similar page count that were cheaper in color. Amazon KDP has two types of color books: standard color and premium color. All our books are done in the premium color. To me, it's kind of like if you have a printer, it's like your photo printer versus it's like your photo fine print versus your standard print. You know, if we were to do our books in standard, yes, we could charge less. They would not look as good.
yeah.
So yeah, our $40 book could probably be $30. But if you're going to pay $30, why would you want a substandard book? So
Right.
there are 4 issues in there.
Yeah, just for clarification, there's
most of
4.
them have 4.
Mhm.
But yeah, the premium color versus standard color, has come up recently as people are, they're looking at their pennies and dollars, of course.
Yeah.
But we're not going to do any books in the standard color just to save money, because somebody's going to be on it. I'd rather have them be upset at paying an extra $5 than to be upset that the book doesn't look what they wanted.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the first Golden Age reprints that came out maybe about 1970 that had the color cardboard covers, and the insides looked like old style photocopies. They're black and white.
But at that time, that's what was available,
Right.
and we were happy to see it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean, 15 years ago, Gwandanaland could not have existed. Oh, to be honest with you, it couldn't even existed 10 years ago, because until about 10 years ago, maybe even a little sooner, when you submitted a book, you had to order a proof, a physical proof. Well, if I had to order one of each of these, I couldn't afford to do them.
Uh-huh.
Because right now, to own one copy of everything I've done, even at my publisher's price, would be over $80,000.
And it would fill an entire library.
Right. So once they went to digital proofing, where I can actually proof the book online, then it became possible to do this. And that was less than 10 years ago.
Yeah. And I wonder what these print, have you ever actually seen the machines that print these things?
I have not. I would love to take a tour and see one of these facilities just to see. It would be fascinating to me.
It's like, I can't even imagine, because it just seems like technology has just changed so much. I'm wondering if these are machines that fill a whole room, or are they small?
I don't know. I think that there are still, I will tell you this just because you'll be amused, there are still some people that think I print these myself at home.
I think Ken thought that before he interviewed you.
No, I'd read about it. I thought that, I wasn't sure. I thought you were possibly the main guy, and you told me you were, but now you say you've got family working with you. But
I didn't think it was just you. I thought you had about 20 people working for you.
No, well, the people there are people that work for me, but they don't work for me, if that makes sense. Except Brian does my data. He does it because he wants to preserve the history. Pete does layouts because he wants to. Chris does the website because he wants it to come out right. And to varying degrees, we have some gentlemen's agreements. But at the end of the day, it's just me.
yeah,
I mean, the whole buck stopping here thing.
But I think what Tom's talking about, I wasn't sure if I knew it was probably just, I had a feeling it was like one guy with people helping, but mainly one, but I didn't know if maybe how they were printed. Now I realize Amazon is the has
Right.
all the money in the world to do that.
Yeah.
Since,
Literally everything that exists of Gwandanaland is on my external hard drive about 5 feet away.
I mean, when
And
the United States economy gets shut down for a year, and about the only place you can buy anything is Walmart and Target, they're going to have some money to do some amazing space age things and printing books instantly. And I'm thinking, wouldn't they have to dry out? I'm still thinking like old style printing. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know how. I mean, I would think the same thing. Wouldn't how do you do that? How do you say, okay, we're going to print one copy of Cheyenne Kid Giant #2 and send it to this guy, and we're going to do it overnight, and we're just going to print the one copy? To me, it's still amazing. I still don't understand it all.
Wouldn't it show up still hot?
That's exactly what I think too. Yeah. How does it not? And their error rate, considering what they do, we won't talk about shipping, but as far as the printing goes, their error rate is pretty low. I mean, we've had some pretty weird things come through. The book I have on my shelf, I told you I had one. It's because it starts at page 11. I've had books where they've showed up with the middle printed upside down and things, but overall, their error rate is kind of low.
Cool. Yeah, it's amazing. So there's just so many possibilities. It's just like
and in some ways I'm philosophically opposed to Amazon's monopoly on so many things, but on the other hand, I depend on it. So there's the moral ethical, that's my moral ethical dilemma. People can call me a copyright pirate all they want, and I do have people who think that it's unethical to make money off the public domain. But we all
on the
own
other
it.
hand, good.
His picture froze a while back, and
It's been frozen, but
but he's done good.
Audio's been fine.
Yeah, I've been afraid to do anything. I know my image hasn't moved.
Oh, there you are.
There you go.
Yeah, no, it's cool. We can hear you fine.
Okay.
I think I was interrupting you, and I forgot what I was saying.
No, I think I just stopped talking for some reason.
Oh,
It doesn't
okay.
happen often, and nobody knew what to do.
What I was thinking is, what you're doing is actually wonderful, and I don't know why any family members would be upset, because you're carrying on the legacy of their grandfather or great grandfather and the art they produced. And I know that there's
here's the funny thing is I've been contacted by family members who were upset that I was using their dads, uncles, fathers.
Yeah.
But the few actual creators that have contacted me have been thrilled.
Right.
The actual people that did the work.
That same thing has happened to me with my music channels on YouTube, where I have 3 music channels with thousands of songs, from the early 1900s up to the 60s, obscure stuff, And when I hear from the actual people, usually they're so happy that I'm bringing their work to an internet audience, that they're not being forgotten. But then once in a while, you hear from somebody like Jerry Vale's nephew, who says to me, you better take down all of, Jerry Vale's recordings, because I'm not making any money. And I didn't hear anything until Jerry Vale passed away from this guy, right? But he made me take everything down. And he says, no, I'm not making any money off of this. This is illegal. This is terrible that you're doing this. And the idiot, is just making sure that nobody will remember who Jerry Vale is in the future, because he's hiding his stuff.
They won't.
And that's the sad thing. That's what happens.
I've heard from some of the guys who did some of the Skywalds, from other countries, and unfortunately I can't remember their names, and they were just thrilled. Steve Ditko was thrilled. He passed away not too long ago. He was thrilled that I was reprinting his stuff. But I've also been contacted by the heirs of certain people, and I don't want to, drag anything under the mud, but they're all up in arms.
Yeah,
because I'm using public domain material. And I know everybody has their position about it. Everybody has their point of view. Mine is simply that we all own it. That's what public domain is. It doesn't mean nobody owns it. It means everybody owns it. And there is a purpose to it. I mean, yes, I'm making money. I'm not buying any yachts yet. But, you know, there's a lot of these that without Gwandanaland, they won't exist. They won't exist in 20, 30 years. They'll be slabbed or they'll be destroyed.
And entertainment is made to be enjoyed first and foremost. And
there's a point at which, say, Batman becomes Paul Bunyan or Davy Crockett and becomes part of our it's already Batman's become part of our cultural, heritage. And but not that Batman's in public domain, but it's just this. And but
what happens in 2034 when he's supposed to?
Yeah.
Or at least the early issues are supposed to. At some point, weird. You've just got to draw the line and say, okay, that's enough exclusivity.
Right.
Let's see who does the best thing with it.
Yeah.
And there was in the 60s, I'm sure you know about the Charlton putting out a Tarzan comic in the 60s, and they didn't have permission to do it. And I think they did it for a few months at least.
Yeah, I have those files. I toss and turn every now and then about if I should find a way to do it, but not do it.
I think someone did it I remember about 10 years ago, I was in a comic shop and there was a book out that reprinted. It was like the unauthorized Tarzan. So they had gotten permission to reprint the unauthorized stuff. And I think that's been done relatively recently.
I thought about doing it and avoiding the trademark problem.
Okay.
Because Charlton wasn't supposed to do it theoretically, not that Tarzan again is what you would call a particularly complex concept. Yes, he was one of the first jungle guys and he does have a particular backstory, but who actually owns the copyright to that unauthorized stuff? And I haven't done anything with it because I don't know, and I won't just guess. I have to feel like at least I'm trying to do my due diligence. And Brian will kill me if I don't.
Has anyone decided to say, you know what, I'm going to print Nightmare, and it runs side by side with yours in competition? Has anyone done that?
Not Nightmare specifically. There have been other reprinters. There were a couple companies that came before me. They haven't been active for many years. There are some people that they'll put out a few here and there. The problem with doing this is that the cost of entry is a massive, massive time investment. I made $11 my first month. And it was 6 months or so before I made enough that I could pay a couple of bills. Because like I said, unless you hit a Skywald or something like that, you're only selling a couple of copies here and there. It's a numbers game. So you have to build those numbers and build the clientele, the name, the reputation. So I see a lot of people coming in and starting it, and then they back out because they realize the time investment, it isn't working out. Nightmare, no, not specifically. There are other Captain Marvel collections. There are some other collections of a lot of the books that we do. And they're pretty similar in many ways because they come from the same source material, the online files and so on. I don't know how they do. I don't know if they do. I don't know if I didn't really start becoming successful until I started interacting on Facebook. And then things started to take off.
Well, the reprint books what was the company again? Those books I got for you, Graphic Man, and sent to you?
The PS Art books.
Those PS Art books have been dumped in mass at Half Price Books. Every Half Price Books where I go here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area has a section, whole end cap filled with all these wonderful hardcover 50s
Well,
pre-code horror.
they work under a system that's really difficult because they have to decide how many can we print.
Yeah.
You know, and how many do we have to sell to make money? And you know, and that's pretty difficult. The books are great. You know, I mean, I love what they do. I have somebody who updates me on what they have coming out in the next few months so that I can get mine out now.
Right.
I know, maybe that's a little aggressive, but I like to make sure I'm already out there. But yeah, they have to decide what's the least number we can sell and make money. And that's hard for them. And that's why that happens.
And they must have miscalculated because they've been dumped. Like, I think they're like $50 books and you buy them for $11 or 12 at half price books. So,
and I know that in recent years, their print runs have been cut in half. They used to do, 2,000. Now they'll do 1,000. I don't know all the details. But
so they're still in production. They're still in business.
Last I knew, yes.
So who are your main competitors? There's them, and Mort Todd is reprinting Charlton stuff and some other stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if I really think of them as competitors because the product's different.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're doing similar things. Preserving the past.
They're just different. And I guess competitors in the sense that I do have people say, gee, I'd like to get this book, but I already have the PS Art book. Yeah.
Well, when I say competitors, you're all competing for the same audience.
Right.
Which is us. Yeah. And it's like we got to decide who to give them money to.
Disadvantage that they do a great product, and if you like what they do with the white pages and the new colors and looks like it was printed today kind of thing, I mean the books are beautiful. There's no question about it. But as a business model, it's really hard for them now.
Yeah, because some of them, they print the interior of the comic on more like newsprint, and it's yellowed, and then the covers are slick, like he's showing you there, and they've got the back cover ads, and I think they're just
it's great.
It's like a bound set of 50s comics. It's so cool.
It's great stuff. I've only seen the hardcovers of theirs before.
Yeah, because those soft covers have gotten dumped at half price books too. Because Micah lives in Missouri, Graphic Man, and he can't get them there, so he sent me like $100 and said, "Go buy some for me," and I mailed them to him.
We don't have a half price book where I'm at.
Well, let's just say that if they sold 3 or 4 copies a year, like I do of some, they'd be really upset. So that's it's just a changing market, and I feel like I've won the lottery in a sense. That I got in there and built up this so far. And it's, again, nothing against their stuff. It's great stuff. I would love to have a whole bookshelf of them.
Yeah. But it's an aging market. It's a market that's, would you say your target audience is 50 and up or 40 and up?
Yeah, there's no question that our average age is probably 50 to 60, 98% male. We do have some young readers, and I'm hopeful that we can. I don't even know what that meant. That we can get more.
It was a compliment.
He's saying
get more
Lance
young
Jones
readers.
is punk rock as fuck. LOL. AF means in other words, he's complimenting you because
I was hoping it was a compliment.
No, that's a pseudonym he's used because I kind of renamed a lot of the people, because the people that watch his channel, it's kind of like the Friends of Gwandanaland. You've got I renamed a bunch of the people, the regular viewers. I gave them a name and the last name Orloff, like we're all family. But he's actually a punk rock musician that's had a bunch of albums out and has toured around different countries. So when he's saying you're punk rock as fuck, that's a compliment.
Okay.
Like what you're doing is really cool. So anyway, translating.
Well, I need that. But yeah, our average audience is, and we've lost a couple of our really important FOGers in the last year. We lost Bart Bush last year.
Barbara Bush? Remember?
Bart Bush. And he was like, I mean, he pulled me personally through a lot of tough times and kept me going and made a lot of suggestions and provided a lot. But we're trying to attract younger people, but the only way to do that is to get it in their hands. That's why when somebody says, do you want me to return this book that you sent me an update of, I'll often say, find somebody under 25.
There are young people that they just don't know. You're right. They just don't know. There's it really surprised me. There's a guy on here on YouTube, Night Tiger Comics. He collects all kinds of comics, but he's really focusing on Golden Age. I'm 56. He's probably, I'm guessing 52, a little younger than me. But he did a show one night where he's showing off Golden Age comics, and like we're doing, other people came on. And there was a guy that was 20 and a guy that was barely out of his teens, and they're all collecting Golden Age comics. And it's like, wow, all of a sudden there's a younger crowd coming into this, and they just think it's amazing. And I think because the internet, there's a lot of kids that just are on their phone all the time and play video games. But then there's some kids that have gotten on the internet, and now everything is there, all the crap, but also if you're focused on cool stuff, you can seek out and gain all the knowledge about the Golden Age that took someone our age 30 years to acquire. You could learn it in a week and a half just focusing on the internet. Or you could learn all about a style of music that it would take decades to collect all the 45 RPM records. Now you can just hear it all on YouTube and become an authority on the music. So there are kids that are seeking out the past. It just, I'm going to publicize the hell out of Gwandanaland on my channel. And so I'm going to order some books.
You mention him every video pretty much. You should pay this guy, Lance.
No,
I'm telling you, he mentions like every video almost.
It's all right.
Well, that's great. Although until a couple of weeks ago, I'd never heard of him, but that's because I
Nobody's
don't
heard
get
of him,
into
though.
the social media as much because I just don't have the time.
Well, I'm not anybody. I got 270 subscribers. Thanks. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm just, I just started doing this for fun a couple summers ago. And then, there's a few dedicated people that watch, and it's just something I do for fun, just to, then the pandemic hit, and then I retired as a school teacher, and then I lost my ability to talk to a captive audience. So now, so it's just fun to come on here, and it's like all of a sudden you have the ability to print books. It's like, whoever thought, hey, now I can be like a talk show host. And it's like, wow, I didn't think I'd be able to do that. Now you can do, it's like you can do anything now, become a published author of 5,000 books.
And I like to
think it's Saturday night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you submitted something right now, if you had something done, you could submit it right now, and by Monday morning, it would be available for sale.
And anyone can
How
do
nuts
this.
Is that?
So Amazon is there an application process? You can just send something to Amazon.
You set up an account so they know where to pay it. And there are certain formatting requirements, obviously, there are formatting requirements as far as margins and stuff. And of course, they don't want you to build an atom bomb or anything like that.
Oh, yeah.
But there's very little to the review process. I get, if I have an image that's unreadable, it'll get bounced back to me. Or if I misspell something in the title or the cover, which my guys yell at me about all the time, that kind of thing. But no, you could, if you had your life story, Dr. Orloff, all typed up as a PDF, you could have it available on Monday morning.
This is really amazing. I'm starting to forgive that idiot that went up in the penis-shaped spaceship, because I hate him, but it's like, this is pretty cool. Maybe I should forgive him a little bit. Graphic Man, you put out a book. How did that go when you did your book?
Well, I made it basically in a Word document, and they just printed it for me, and I designed my own cover. It takes about about $10 a book if you print 100 of them. And,
Okay.
But
So yours is not print on demand. You did a print run.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, I hate to ask. I'm sure the most question you get asked all the time is, "Hey, what about this title? Hey, what about this title?" But
Right.
this is by United Features, which is a newspaper, and then of course there's King Features and all that. Do the newspapers do a better job at keeping their copyrights intact than just old comic books?
Depends on the company. King Features is a lot more diligent than United Features was. And it depends on the strip. If the strip only lasted for 10 years, when the 28th year came along, it's been 18 years since anybody's read it. And so it could easily be forgotten. It's trickier with the newspaper print or the newspaper reprints in the comic, but it really depends on how they set up their indicia and their copyright. For example, if you have a comic book that reprints newspaper strips, if they copyright the comic book, say copyright 1946, but the strips are from 1937, and they didn't reference that 1937 copyright, then they've essentially reprinted it intentionally without a proper copyright notice.
Did Famous Funnies do that?
Pardon?
Did Famous Funnies do that?
Famous Funnies did a lot of that. But if they were to say, for example, copyright 1937, copyright 1946, reference both copyrights, it's always the first copyright that takes precedent. But if you reprint something intentionally and don't reference that first copyright date, you've just given it away.
I think Charlie Brown and Snoopy, their comics, there's only a few, Dell and Gold Key, but Charles Schultz would do the cover, and then his assistant would do a lot of the interior.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure that company, King or whoever owns them, I'm sure they grabbed onto everything of Snoopy they can get their hands on.
Yeah, they kind of forgot to renew one. We've got a Peanuts book.
Well, hey.
Yeah, I believe it's called Charlie and Friends or something like that.
Well,
yeah, they forgot to renew those. I believe they were Dells, at least some of them.
There's one I've been wanting to get my hands on. It's a little girl and Charlie Brown's got a baseball bat. They're inside the living room and they're playing baseball, and the fireplace is the backstop. I was hoping it was that one.
I would have to check.
Okay.
But yeah, we do have.
Go ahead. I'm interrupting. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I was just writing it down. But we do have. I know we have one collection of Charlie and Friends.
Was this one comic? Or
say again?
Was this one comic or like three or
one
four?
volume? No, multiple comics. I think it's like 6 issues, 7 issues worth.
Oh, good. Yeah, because there wasn't many Dells.
I believe so. I believe they were Dells.
Yeah, and then the Gold Key, I think, just kind of reprinted the Dells, but I can't verify that.
So Lead Paint in the chat room says that Mort Todd's products are the same through Amazon. He ordered a Charlton cover collection, and we received it. The print date inside was the day he ordered it. So apparently he's doing print on demand too. So that's interesting. That's apparently the new, maybe that's the new way publishers do it.
Imagine if DC and Marvel decided to start going print on demand.
Yeah.
I mean, they could eat up the world with their reprints.
Yeah, but they won't.
And I'm okay with that.
My wife is asking Lead Paint what your favorite Gwandanaland book you bought was. Hopefully she's thinking of buying me a present. And that's why she's asking.
To kind of piggyback on what you're saying, Marvel wouldn't do that past the last so many years, because I think what Marvel is today is not what it used to be, and they kind of want us to forget the good old days because the writing is not as social, shall we say, as they have it today.
Well, I think in general, the past, they're trying to destroy it, because you might remember this, Lance, but
More accurate.
this
Yeah.
was during, I think it was during the Obama presidency. I remember hearing that it was now illegal to sell children's books printed before a certain year, like the 70s or something. And the reason is that they had lead paint color, like, not referring to the guy in the chat, but that they used lead in the coloring and that it would hurt kids. So if you sold these books, like if you're a half price books and you sell children's books from the 50s or 40s, that you could be fined, or if you have a garage sale and you sell some old books from the 30s or 40s, you could be in trouble. I think that was forgotten about, but I immediately thought at the time, that's ridiculous. I think you could sell them as collector's books, but if they were going to wind up in the hands of kids, that was forbidden. And I thought, what is the real reasoning behind this? Because it sounded insane. And I thought they're trying to keep kids from seeing what the country used to be like. They want them to only have this new version of reality that they want to present to them, and they want to, just like tearing down statues or whatever. It's like, I thought it was an attempt to forget the past. That's my paranoia coming out.
Well, it's either that or you got to teach your kids not to lick the books.
Yeah. I think you've got to be a good parent. Yeah, don't lick this book that was printed in 1952, Johnny.
Yes.
Who gives
Guys,
a kid
I'm afraid I'm going to have to run out on you.
Yeah, that's okay. It's like almost midnight.
Yeah.
So
depending on where you are, yeah. But I have to go pick up a stepdaughter.
Okay, well, it was sure great talking to you, and hopefully we can have you back on.
Oh, anytime. Well, anytime that it works. My picture hasn't moved in about an hour, but that's okay. I haven't changed much.
Well, it adds to your mystery. So
yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to just talk about this stuff. There's my wife looks at me and shakes her head and smiles, but I don't think she gets any of it.
No.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got, like, you're developing a fan network. I mean, it's so cool. We need to all join. If you guys have Facebook pages, the FOG, a lot of people are abandoning Facebook, but
well, I'm their fan. I'll tell you that. But yeah, I better go get her before she decides that she's going to run away from home.
All right, sounds great. Take care.
All right,
see you.
Take care, guys. We'll talk to you soon, and I've got a whole list of things to fill you in on.
Fantastic. So we'll be watching.
All right.
Right. Take care.
Bye-bye now.
Bye. So whatever I hear from Lance, updates on all this stuff, because it sounds like he wrote down everything, I'll relate to you guys through here. Let's see what people are saying here in the chat.
Fantastic. It was really great.
Lead Paint says Nightmare series is the one I'm currently reading, very much like Warren, even a little more consistent. But if you're looking for a gift for me, Greta, Cleo, I may need to make sure. I think I have a lot of those nightmares, so you might be getting replaced.
Greta, this is what he wants right here.
I don't know. I think I have that issue that's on the cover. See, you got to realize that my entire life I've been into monsters, so I may have spotty like this issue and not that one. But those were good, and I'm interested in his Hell Rider book too, which is really cool. It's like a pre-Ghost Rider kind of thing. I'm having fun just surfing his Amazon store, and Basil says I copyright by mail my lyrics and music. I simply just write them, have them notarized, and take them to the post office. Have the envelope hand stamped, dated, and mailed to me. It is concrete. Cool.
Yeah.
So that's the way copyright is done in music. And he says, right, LOL. Greta says, right on Lead Paint and right on Basil. Good thing you do that. Don't know how many subcultural people do. Lead Paint says, thanks. My wife's saying good night. That may be a hint. Wonderfully done, Gratus. Thank you, Zombo. But I didn't do anything. It was Lance that did all the talking. Myers says, I haven't tried Nightmare yet. Thanks, Lead Paint. I will check it out. I think you need to check out Hell Rider. That was from that Skywald company, and it's just this guy on a motorcycle that just annihilates everyone. Myers says, excellent interview and show. Cool. Well, I think that's everybody. What do you got there? Oh, Angels.
One of my favorite record albums.
Yeah.
Angels. Do you have this one, Ken?
Yeah. I do.
You do, actually? Wow.
Yeah. I've got that record. That's not a rare. I mean, that's not a rare record.
No, it's not that rare. I thought it was, but it's not, though.
Who I really got into there for a while was Leslie Gore.
Yeah, I used to like her when I was a teenager. I was into her too.
Then I grew up.
Yeah, me too.
Let's see, what do you got there? Record Land. Who's that guy?
That's Frankie Lane. He was one of the biggest, most popular singers of the 50s.
Oh, I know who Frankie Lane is. I couldn't read it.
Oh, okay. And there's a Patty Page there.
Yeah.
And Eddie Fisher down there. And in this issue, you find out Ray Anthony why he likes teens.
That's that you wouldn't print that title these days.
Yeah. Well, I know he liked blondes because he was always marrying a different. He was married to Mamie Van Doren for a while.
He was. He's on Facebook. He's 99 years old now. On his birthday earlier this year, he posted, "I'm 99 and you're not."
Yeah, maybe he's a good guy to interview.
He is. He's very conservative. He's a very conservative Trump guy too.
Yeah,
you should try to get him on here. So this magazine only lasts for 4 issues. It's a Record Land from 1954. Very great magazine about the industry, the music industry at the time. It was published by the Four Aces.
Yeah,
but they didn't want people to know that because they thought, well, people think they're favoring their own music, so they didn't talk about themselves that much in it. But
do you realize you could scan those magazines, send them to Amazon, and do the same thing that Lance is doing?
Yeah,
just more focused on comics. But if you want to preserve these movie star, songwriter, singer magazines, you can do the same thing. Well, depending, you got to check the copyright out. But
that's my favorite. I mean, that's my grandfather's favorite female singer, Joni James. There, Tony Bennett. You know Tony Bennett, I'm sure. Right?
Yeah, of course.
Frank Sinatra. The next issue. I wish I had the next one.
Frank Sinatra. Come on.
The next issue had Teresa Brewer on the cover.
Yeah,
and I wish I had it because she's my favorite 50s singer. They posted her again a few days ago on the Ed Sullivan channel, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you like this one?
That's cool. What is that's Ed Sullivan? I need to get something to make it bigger.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
This is Canada's.
No one has ever asked me if I thought a picture of Ed Sullivan was beautiful.
I had to buy it because I love Ed Sullivan.
Why
and it's a Canadian music magazine.
So it's minus $5. That means they give you $5 to take it.
No, it was $5. That's what it cost.
It's negative $5. We pay you to take this away.
Ken. Hey, Kenny.
Got a centerfold of Ed Sullivan.
Is it? No, I don't think there's a centerfold, but that would be awesome. I'd love that. Ken. This magazine is at your Duncanville Books or whatever that place is that you go to where you show us those videos.
Tell me, what are you talking about?
Far Out magazine. You always go right past it, but you should think about buying this. It's pretty neat. It's about strange phenomenon stuff.
Okay.
Like that.
Is it in the $2 bin?
Conspiracy theories, things like that. It's real cool. There's only about 7 issues of it, and you should buy it next time you go there. I wanted to show it to you.
Okay. When I'm in that store, I have a limited budget, and
it's not much money. You don't have to pay much.
Well, but if I can get a golden age issue of Ha Ha, or if I can get
I understand that, but this is fun though. It's weird stuff. It's fun. Larry Flint published this.
Well, then it's got to be Larry.
And here's another one you might be interested in. This is a popular little fanzine from the 70s that was on music of the 50s and 60s.
What is it now? Wait, what did you say it is? Let me make this bigger.
It's Paul's Record Magazine, and it's like a fanzine that covers record labels and singers of the 50s and 60s. and it's a little fanzine book.
Who the hell is Paul?
He's the guy that did the magazine. And you might love this. It's got a discography. This is before you could get this stuff easily, right?
Yeah. There's a magazine you would love, Tom, called Kicks Magazine. Have you ever heard
Free
of it?
Larry Flynn, it says. What? Yeah?
Free Larry? It says that?
Yeah, down there.
Good grief.
So this is another Larry Flint publication?
No. This is just a little fanzine. That's all it is.
Weird. What?
Here's another issue of it.
Okay.
They like doo-wop groups and things like that.
Here, I'll show you a magazine you got to get.
It's like the Sophisticate, but it's not dirty.
Sophisticate wasn't that dirty.
And then there's
why not put together the complete Sophisticate if I can do a. I might have to edit it slightly, but if you can do a print on demand.
Have you heard of this magazine from the 70s? World of Yesterday.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that.
I bought this one. You know why I bought this one?
Because you adore Al Jolson.
Yeah, because it's the Al Jolson issue. Yeah. So what it is they have articles. Like there's an article on Al Jolson. See? You ain't heard nothing yet. And this was published in the 70s before there was the internet, and it was a very well researched magazine.
Ah, cool.
And it's very cool.
I'm going to show you a magazine you got to get. Seriously, I'm not being sarcastic.
There's a lot of this Al Jolson article goes on for about 20 pages. This is incredible.
Yeah, and it looks like she's got reprints of the early issues. So here it is.
It's got a discography of them. That is nice. I love that.
This is the magazine you need to get. This makes what you're showing me not good.
No, don't
no offense, but you can tell Tom that this is better. Get this magazine. In fact, I don't have this issue. This is number 8. Yeah. This is the most recent issue. I didn't know she'd done it. For years, it was her and her husband. Her husband passed away, unfortunately. They're friends of my friend Randy, but these are the early issues. That's a reprint.
Wow.
The first issue, it's a reprint.
That's awesome.
The print is tiny. There's a mountain of information in here. It's brilliant.
I like it.
It's filled with pictures. It's really good. I'm seriously. This is what you need to be buying.
No, I believe
all of you, not just Tom. Kicks. I don't have Kicks 1 or 2 myself. This is these are rare issues.
Can you send me the one?
$0. So I guess it's not available.
I'm cheap, so you could send me yours, and I'll take them.
Yeah. This has Escarita, who Little Richard based his whole act on. The Phantom that did the song.
I didn't know that. So wait a second. Little Richard, the guy who was always complaining about people stealing his music and everything, actually stole his act from somebody else?
People did steal his music. He was referring to people like Pat Boone taking his song.
Well, he didn't steal it. They didn't steal it.
What I mean is he borrowed his style from Escarita. Escarita was a very flamboyant. That's Escarita. He was a very flamboyant gay man, and Little Richard was a very flamboyant in much the same way.
But nobody stole Little Richard's music. People paid the writers for the music. They made royalties off of that, like Pat Boone's records.
That's just how he perceives things. This here is got a really great, long, scholarly. Well, it's not written in a scholarly way. It's written like a teenager in 1964 would have written it. It's all filled with all the jargon of the time period, but it's all about Bobby Fuller and how he was killed by a record executive because they were jealous of him.
Nobody knows for sure what happened, but there's a lot of theories. It's going to be a mafia thing.
Yeah.
I think the record thing. I think you're right, though. I think somebody came out, and he's the same guy that went after Jimmy Rogers too. I think is that.
May I ask Lead Payne a question in the chat? He saw Chuck Berry 5 times in St. Louis. Was one of those times when they were filming that one little program where he's on stage with Eric Clapton, the guy from the Rolling Stones.
Hail, rock and roll.
Yeah. I don't know. Was that one of the times you saw it, Lead Paint? So he'll get back to us. So.
And this right here, they have reprints of old comics in this as well. Like I thought you might be interested in seeing that.
Let me see. old comics meaning like super, like, yeah. Sure, that's cool. And
Yeah,
what's
it's
that book?
it's the
World
world
of Fandom?
World of
World of
Yesterday.
Oh, okay.
There's some copies of this are at my comic shop. It lasts for quite a few issues, but
Yeah, I just, yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there, man. There's too much stuff for one lifetime, man.
I've got the sheet music of Sonny Boy.
Cool. Wow.
Al Jolson.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
So anyway, that's neat. You got to get the Kicks magazine though. I'm serious.
Not too
It
cheap,
will
but
change your
I
life.
like it. I'd
It's
love
one of
to
those
read it.
things where you read it and you reread it and you like it changes who you are and how you talk.
Oh, I don't want to. Okay.
Well, what I mean is, it just it seeps
I was gonna
into
make a
you.
joke there, but
It seeps into you. It's
no, I
good or
understand.
bad. Like if you read Hunter S. Thompson
Yeah,
enough, then you start to pick up the way he writes in your
Mr. Orloff.
pattern.
You know that
And-
happened when I started reading National Lampoon because I only read Mad and Crack before that, and that started changing. You know, I started getting really naughty. You know, and
Well, that's why it's important to be careful what you read. You know, because it really, I mean, because
yeah, but you read National Lampoon when you were growing up.
No, I'm not. I love National Lampoon. I'm just saying, whatever you read and what you surround yourself with becomes
No, I know.
part of you.
No,
And
it's true.
what
I
I'm just
absolutely
saying is
believe that.
Kicks. You read Kicks enough, and you're a teenager in 1966, and you hate hippies, and you love garage rock, and it just like you feel like what this couple, Billy Miller and Miriam Lena, they were just such. And she's still around, and she's still putting out records of all these people. Oh, let me show you real quick.
So you weren't talking about Lampoon, but you're talking about like these kids that they play like all these violent video games all day, and then they start like that's. I believe that. I believe that's bad for you. I honestly do.
Well, yeah. Let me look up Escarita here. I wonder if there's any footage of him performing. There may not be.
I think reading Lampoon makes you into more of a real, man, I think, in a way. Because you stop being all like politically correct and being, all wishy-washy and,
Yeah. Well, Escarita, boy.
You get a better sense of humor. I'm talking about in terms of humor. You understand what I'm saying, Micah? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To some degree, yeah.
Just in terms of humor,
Rocking in the joint, everybody was rocking with me.
Yeah, he stole this guy's act.
Rocking in the joint, everybody was rocking with me.
You better keep it to 10 seconds or less.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I just
He even did the thing,
how wild
like
this guy
that.
was.
There's a guy that has a channel called Pop Goes the 60s, and I asked him specifically because he plays numerous little clips of songs on his little record player. And I said, have you ever gotten any strikes? And he says he always tries to keep it under 10 seconds. But even
Look
then,
at this guy.
Runs afoul.
Yeah.
Did he ever complain about Little Richard stealing his act?
I don't know. I think so. But they interview him in Kicks magazine. I haven't read it in 20 years, but
that's unbelievable.
I think that he does, ironically.
The audacity of Little Richard is, I never knew this before. Because
Little Richard, hey, I'm not going to take anything away from Little Richard. It's just all part of a movement. It's not, he's not an exact copy. It's just,
but hey,
also
if
a
he hadn't
flamboyant piano playing crazy guy.
If he hadn't complained about other people stealing his music, then I wouldn't say anything about it. I'd say, okay, it's fine. But if he's going to go out there and make this bitch and moan about people stealing his songs and everything, and he stole this guy's act, he's lost all credibility with me.
I don't know that it's stealing an act. It's a style. Like here, they're showing the different black performers that were gay that inspired Little Richard, and they just had a crazy style. I mean, it was a movement in the 50s in that community.
John Waters grew that mustache because he wanted to look like Little Richard.
Right? Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But that's not stealing. That's just like
By the way, Tom, you mentioned mustaches, and I told you about my.
Yes, you have a nice one, Micah.
Well, thank you, but I told you about my channel episode about asterisks.
Yes,
and you said you weren't interested in asterisks, and one of the reasons you used was they all have mustaches or something. Words. to
Right,
that.
right. I don't
So-
like comic heroes with mustaches for some reason.
Okay, I just wondering. I don't mean this to make or poke fun at you anyway. I just
No, it's
it
fine.
struck me as an odd.
It's very odd.
Have you ever had one?
Have I ever had a mustache?
Oh yeah. I don't know.
No.
Okay.
I
I've
think
never
you should
had
grow
one.
a handlebar one.
Yeah.
No. I
No,
don't know
really,
why it
seriously.
is.
Curl up.
Well, Mr. Orloff, I don't know why it is, but for some reason, when I see a main protagonist in a comic with a mustache, it kind of turns me off of the character for some reason.
But Snidely Whiplash was Canadian, right?
I don't know him.
And he had that. Yes,
He was the
because he
bad guy
was
on
fighting
Dudley
Dudley
Do
Do Right, and they were in Canada, right?
Yeah, but he was a bad guy, so you know.
Right.
I think you need this. I think it would help you.
Me? No, I don't. My stepdad has one all his life, and it looks good on him. It looks
Graphic
fine.
Man, can you like do a screenshot of Tom and then paint one on real quick? How long would it take? Just so we can see what it would look like.
I have no problem with people with mustaches. I want to say that right here. I think Micah looks great. I think you don't have one, but Micah, you look great. And people mustaches can look really great. But I don't know what it is in comics for some reason. I don't like comic heroes with mustaches.
So Tony Stark is right out. Iron Man.
Does he have a mustache?
In the comics. In
He's
the
based.
comics.
Really?
Wait, does he? He doesn't in the movies?
Robert
Well, he
Downey
has
Jr.
He has a full Manchu in the movie.
Oh, that's right. He does.
But in
Doesn't
the comics, it's just the mustache. He would also.
Yeah, I'm
have
not a
like-
big fan of beards in comics.
he's based on Howard Hughes. He's exactly based on Howard Hughes.
Tom
Really?
was not like Smiling Jack. Smiling Jack had a mustache.
You know what? He looks cool though for some reason. I don't know. I kind
It's
of like.
probably because it's stylized 1940s.
Yeah. It's a weird thing about me. I'm a weird dude, you know.
And Meyer Greenblatt says, "Give Tom a Magnum PI."
Tom
just for a
Selleck.
second."
Tom Selleck looks great. He looks great with a mustache, you know.
I was thinking of a Gene Shalit, you know, the big
No. That's kind of grotesque.
Oh, gee,
Yeah,
Shalit.
I'm not into that. Yeah.
It's like a giant caterpillar.
Yeah.
No one
Or
in the
you know,
20s
what
would
about
talk about it.
that dude? What's his name?
Sam Elliott. Yeah.
What's the guy's name? The guy, the porno dude, is really popular.
I don't know.
Ron Jeremy.
Yeah, Ron Jeremy. Yeah, he's like that's. I don't know. I'm not into that.
So what do you think of Teddy Roosevelt?
He was cool. He was cool. Yeah, because that was a time for mustaches.
I
So that
agree.
it was cool.
And the way you like the 1930s or 20s so much, I figured
Yeah.
a good handlebar you'd probably pull it off really good.
By the 20s, handlebar mustaches were old fashioned. That was way gone by the
Okay.
20s.
What about Clark
1950s.
Gable?
You're speaking the 1890s there. Clark Gable, yeah, I don't know. I think he's a little overrated. I don't know.
My favorite guy is Live Monograph. You guys,
The big ears.
This guy.
And like me, he was also the type of musician.
Oh, I remember him. Yeah, you showed us him before. He's a crazy guy. I remember.
These other groups and that.
He's calm tonight. Some nights he gets really upset.
I'm sure you could get him upset. Just put some pictures over his face while he's talking or something.
Oh, well.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I like putting pictures over my own face, over everybody's face. I don't know how that became.
No, I like the Ken. I can't resist kidding Ken for some reason because it's like a father-son dynamic we have. You know?
Oh boy.
So
And I really like Ken. So
I've got new pictures. I've got this one.
You got nude pictures of yourself? Is that what you just
New
said?
pictures.
New pictures.
I've got this ad for Crazy. You'd like
I remember
that?
that.
I
was a
think,
great
yeah.
ad.
That girl was pretty nice too that you just showed there. Oh, that guy looks like a little weird, but cool at the same time.
I think you should aspire to be him, and that should be the picture for your channel.
He
And
needs
you
a
play the
mustache.
records.
Oh,
I
by
think
the way,
this
did
guy
you-
looks like the coolest guy I've ever seen in my life. I
Can
really want to.
I'd like to thank Mr. Rigamortis for doing a video about my channel. Did you see that, Mr. Orloff?
Yeah, I did.
You did that?
That's my wife, Cleo.
I
there.
know, yeah.
Well, they don't know that.
I knew that, but
This is my brother here.
Oh yeah.
So anyway,
Mr. Rigor Mortis made a video recommending people to try my channel out, and I got a lot of subscribers because of that. It'd be nice if some other people did that too.
Wednesday.
You know?
I'll be showing these Wednesday.
oh, those are the comics you got coming up.
Oh yeah.
Excellent.
Hey Ken, what do you think? You think you might want to recommend my channel sometime? Like,
Sure, I did that Monday. Remember?
yeah, but he made a whole video just to recommend my channel, and it really helped.
Tonight he told Mr. Jones about your channel about 3 times.
Yeah.
So,
Really?
Well,
Yeah.
he said he has music channels. He didn't specify the name of them, but if that guy wants to look it up, I'm sure he'll be able to figure it out.
Well, I got all these new subscribers last night because he made a video about my channel, and apparently he's the brother of Branko Bear, which I never knew before.
Well, cool.
Oh wow.
I've got 85 subscribers. Did you know I have 85 subscribers now, Doctor?
By the way, I'm one of
That's
your
cool.
subscribers. I don't know if it's visible or not, but
You have
Mike,
how many?
I want you to be one of my subscribers.
oh, I
so
am.
so happy.
I'm just saying I don't know if YouTube makes it visible to you that I am, but I am a subscriber.
Hey, Ken, you know, when I posted that blip video, I lost 2 subscribers like right away, and I felt like you. I was like, oh man, I felt like giving up, just like shutting the whole thing down. You know,
You give up because you lost 2 subscribers?
it feels bad, you know. And I was telling you not to worry about it. I don't know, it feels bad, and I thought maybe you might be one of them. I don't know. Did I lose you?
You think that? That's fine.
I'm
Yeah,
kidding. I'm joking.
Yeah.
I'm joking. I don't know. I can't resist teasing. I'm
Yeah,
Whoa.
that's nice. Oh, we lost him. So, anyway, let's see.
Anyway, to any of the Gwandanaland fans still watching, I don't know if we'll return to that subject, but I think I think hopefully this interview is going to help him be more well known, and I hope his business takes off, and especially if he ever gets into trouble with some irate person who has more lawyers than they know what to do with, because I'm sure it would help offset some of his, time and effort and cost that if he has to show up in some weird court somewhere for a half a day or something. Must be a pain in the butt. So, but anyway, thanks for letting me ask him a bunch of questions.
Yeah, it was cool.
I enjoyed every one of his answers. So
Let's see. What do we got here? Yeah, it was fun. All right, ladies and gentlemen, place your bets. Tom Smith says, "Did you kick me out for real? I was just kidding." No. It was just some kind of computer glitch. If this turns into junior fucking high school, I don't even want to be on YouTube, guys. I mean, I don't want my wife called at 3 a.m. to be asked if I'm asleep because you think I'm ignoring you or something. I don't want you on here talking about how you could be my wife or that you're my fucking Robin to my Batman. Leave me the fuck alone.
for anyone watching, he's directing that to
Not
me.
you, Graphic Man. Yeah. I wasn't talking to you. You can call at 3 a.m, Graphic Man, but I'm tired of this shit, man. This passive aggressive crap. I got out of 9th grade. I couldn't wait to. I'm out of it. Leave me alone. I mean, and you get my blood pressure up to stroke level. I don't need that, man. I'll fucking cancel this shit, and this will all be over. Why didn't you tell me these things bother you? How many fucking times did I tell you? I mean, my blood pressure is probably over fucking 270 because this is how I felt when I almost had a stroke 2 years ago. Sick of this shit. You think this is funny, guys? This is my life. I it's real funny, and then all this passive aggressive stuff, if you want to show your dirty books, do it on your channel. Don't come on here and show little pictures of tits And then on your channel, oh, I don't show that because it's innocent. That's fine. You can all fucking go over to his channel. I don't care. I'll be gone. I'll erase this channel. I let you come on. Everything's fine. I don't want this stress in my life. I don't want my wife worried that what you're gonna do for revenge. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm sick of it, man. You're just trying to keep prodding me. It's enough. Leave me the fuck alone. I get a thumbs down in every video. How do I know that's not you? Fuck you, man. But anyway, little Jack Parr moment, since we like to talk about old television people. So, sorry, Graphic Man. I'm so sorry to do that to you. It was building, man. You know, everybody. It's like, oh, I was talking to people about you, and then you spend after that last episode, you spend an hour talking to my wife on the phone. Oh, I see you're right. He is obnoxious. Would you watch that video and see how he bullied me? Would you convince him to take that whole stream down? And she's like, oh, I'll watch it. We do a postmortem on the thing. And I'm not bullying you. You asked me to put that shit on. So my wife has to, all the other stuff she has to be concerned of. She's concerned about you turning. Just don't bug my wife, man. Don't call her at 3 a.m. She's probably awake. I wasn't. I'm not ignoring people's damn calls. I mean, you pushed me far enough. My fucking grandfather was nuts. I try to stay calm. This fucking baseball player that was nuts. Look him up.
When he called you, did she then try to get your attention, or?
Well, we watched the whole thing. We sat and watched it. I'm 5 episodes behind on Big Brother, which is something that's important to me because I'm insane. Well, because I had to watch the whole stream to see what did I do? What did I say? I criticized some magazines from the 2000s on last Saturday when I was in agony with my back, and it's like it hurt his feelings. So he went and started a channel because he knew I was bullying him. I told you to start your own channel months ago. No, I can't do that. So you can't, that's fine. And I want to see the humor magazines of the 50s and 60s. And then it's like, well, here's some magazines. Oh, I don't like that one. Okay, well, let me show them to you for 3 hours while you're in agony with a backache. And you'll like this, right? It's fun. I'm just like, no, that one's not funny either. That one's, and then you get pissed at me. And it's like, I can't control how I feel about some magazine that I don't care about. I care about the 50s and 60s, old comic books. I don't care about some I don't care, and I can't fake it. Sorry. It's just, and I try to be nice, and I try to be Christian, and I try to be a nice guy and be friendly, and then it just keeps getting pushed and pushed. It's like, you know, you just keep pushing me until, you know, my grandfather comes out, who punched out Casey Stengel, and it's like my grandfather's in the history books just being nuts. I don't want to be that guy. But, you know, you push Irish. I have this slow temper, half Irish blood, and then it's like then it erupts. And you're coming on like I'm interviewing. You show me these magazines. I don't like that magazine. So you come on Milton Knight the next night and ask him if he likes that magazine. No, I've never heard of that magazine. It's just to see. Okay, well, you didn't like that magazine. Let's see if Milton Knight likes it. See, it's like I'm out of junior high school. I don't know. I probably seem like an asshole. You can all unsubscribe. I don't give a shit. But there's always it's I don't even know. People are saying stuff. I'm seeing red. People are saying something. I don't know. People saying stuff in the. I'm sorry, guys. It's just like I don't need this YouTube thing to cause problems in my marriage. So someone's calling in the middle of the night to check to see if I'm lying to them about being asleep. I'm sorry, the fuck. I just let me live my life. I'll come on here every once in a while, entertain you, have fun talking about comic books, but I didn't sign up for a second marriage. It's just like, someone leave me. I'm so sorry, graphic man. If I were you, I'd be pissing my pants. It's like, whoa, oh my god. Then I screwed up the interview with Gwandanaland by putting this on the stream. So I'm sure someone will go complain to YouTube, and this whole stream will be taken down. You know, because that's the culture we live in. So it's probably take my whole fucking channel down. So that's America.
If I could give some advice to Tom in the chat, Tom, just it sounds like you ought to stay away for a day or two. I don't.
I mean, I was mad, and I let you on tonight, and I thought everything was cool, and then you had to keep pushing. You know, I as far as I know, I'm subscribed to your channel. Now my wife's apologizing. Now I'm in trouble with her.
Oh no. Greta,
I'm not reading that shit.
Yeah.
It's like, damn it. Why do I have to have this temper? I'm embarrassed myself in front of everybody. But I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to have fun. I guess I just need to pray. I don't know what's this is why I lose it sometimes.
So did she get you up at 3 when he called? And
no, but I heard about it the next morning.
Oh boy.
I mean, she was up, but it's just like, question, you know, I'm sorry, Tom, you're a friend. I don't want to explode like this, man, but it gets scary, man. And then then texting me at work, wondering if lead paint is so. But you ask him, what is it you do for a living? Lead paint? Oh, you're an accountant. You must be this other person. And it's like you're trying to figure out the identity of people in chat. And I'm at work. I don't have time. I don't know who lead paint is. I don't. Then all this stuff is you're saying, well, lead paint is the brother of Bronco Bear, because you're trying to figure out who lead paint is because he pissed you off on Monday. And it's like, I don't want to be part of this. I don't know. If lead paint wants us to know who he is, he'd probably tell us. If you think he's this guy that you don't like from something else that I'm not going to say his name, but you suspect that lead paint is secretly your arch enemy from Facebook, I don't know. And I'm not in 7th grade. I don't care who lead paint is. He seems nice enough.
Yeah.
But I can't speculate whether or not he's this guy that wrote the history of Cracked magazine. Maybe he is. And maybe you gotta, but everyone that says funny things, like he says, I'll give you some real big boy posters instead of the pictures of Tiffany. He was trying to be funny. And then you're like, who? Then I see you looking at the chat like with anger, reading it while we're talking. And it's like, oh, when I rewatching it, it's like, and then it's like, who could lead paint be? Well, he's an accountant. This other guy that I hate is an accountant. So maybe it's him. What? I don't need to be part of this insanity. I'm already crazy. Don't bring me into this craziness. But it's fine. That's great. I don't know. Now everyone's going to hate me. It's the story of my life. I've been hated all my life. I thought, well, I've got some friends now on YouTube, and now they see my temper come out, which I should have let out in junior high when I was picked on by everybody. I should have not listened to my mother's never fight. I should have clocked a few people. I should have gone nuts then when I was bullied. And I'm not going to be bullied by some little kid up in Canada. And I'm not going to be prodded and poked and everything. which is what you're doing, this passive aggressive shit, and people are in the chat and don't see what you're doing, then they're pretty damn stupid. And you know what you're doing. And I don't, my wife's got enough problems. I don't need to hear her worried, you know. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with me? I thought I was trying to be nice. I try to be nice. So anyway, Gwandanaland's a great company. What do you think?
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was a great interview.
When he said, I don't have any yachts, I thought, well, yeah, you're spending all your money on masks, sunglasses, and straw hats.
Well, he warned me about that. He warned me that his fans expect him to be that way.
Wow.
And I don't, but that's all right. I know when Man Bear Pig came on, I don't know if my wife's laughing or crying downstairs. Shit. But probably both. When Man Bear Pig came on with his Texas Chainsaw Massacre mask, I think that scared a few people.
I just kept thinking, I bet he's hot in there.
Well, you know what's hot is me trying to look cool like Mort Todd with putting these jackets on when it's fucking August 8th, 7th, 8th. And then now it's like I smell like a football locker room. So I'm wearing this winter trench coat, but it looks cool. Yeah. But it's just part of the whole pretense. I wonder people think I'm an asshole. I'm just playing a part on this show. I try to be friendly with everybody. What I feel, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I might just. It just seems like I've been pushed a little far. I was just trying to. I was just because of pain that I've experienced in my past. Tom, I was trying to warn you about a few things. I wasn't trying to be a prick, and I was trying to make it funny for the show. But you know. You know, this show's not worth it, you know. Yeah, and I'm not in some competition how many people are subscribing or gives a shit. That is impressive, though. It took me probably a year to get 82 subscribers. But I guess if I sent everyone I knew a message and begged them to join, then maybe I'd get that many.
I think you got me past the 60 mark, and then Charlton 66 got me to about 80, and then Captain Strangelife chipped in, and Dr. Silver Age, and so but many times I don't even look at that. I'm just glad to be a part of the little group that we have going.
Yeah, and those. And Tom, you can. I'm still friends with you. I can get over this shit. I've gotten over far worse. But man, you just gotta back off, man, and you gotta stop worrying about what people think of you and not obsessing on what people in the chat are saying. I don't give a shit what they're saying. If I read this, I'm sure people are really pissed at me.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
But I don't want to piss at you either. I mean, I understand everybody's got a rough life. There's some old cliche, some fortune cookie thing that everybody in life is fighting a hard battle. What is the stupid cliche? You know, you don't. Everybody's fighting some hard battle, and you got to step in their shoes. It's some stupid Hallmark thing, and everyone is. It's like, yeah. But you know, it's so it's like crap. You know. No one hates you, Tom. They hate me. I'm the one that exploded. You're the nicest guy in the world, but you need to work on being a little less nice because, well, but sometimes you're not nice. You're pretending to be nice and you're being kind of mean and you don't realize it. And I understand. And I hate to see that in myself. And it's just whatever. Yeah, I don't like people being mean either. No. And everyone's under a lot of stress because we feel like the world's about to end. We're living in the book of Revelations. Excuse me, that's not very nice to say, to put fuck into the middle of the book of Revelations. But I never expected to live through it, man. And we're this close to the mark of the beast if they haven't already invented it. And they're probably going to announce it on Tuesday. And everybody senses this. And if they don't, they're smoking crack. This is bad. And worrying about YouTube is probably. But anyway, no one's going to want to come on here anymore. So anyway, sorry, Graphic Man.
No, that's perfectly fine.
Shit. People are talking in the chat. Shit, I'm so embarrassed.
Oh, you're not the first guy that just let loose a little bit. That's all.
No. This is network level. I'm mad as hell.
Yeah, not gonna take it.
Yeah. I'm sure it's entertaining television. If this is a Saturday night and I'm home alone, it's like
popcorn
pro wrestling. It's the most fucked up show in the history of television. I can't think of anything like this ever existing. I don't know.
Thank you, Basil. Appreciate it. Or Basil.
Well, it's not even a real name. I gave him the name.
Yeah.
His name before this was Bo Rathbone, so I thought Rathbone. Let's use Basil, and then we'll add Orloff to it. So that's where that came from. But I think that's the name that you'd see on the records that he puts out. What an asshole. He says, fantastic show. Maybe some people are mad, but that's okay, says my wife. Oh, boy. Okay, good. Well, I guess I'm not going to go downstairs and get in trouble again. It's like the president. I'm going to get in trouble if he's always worried about, geez, guys, I don't know if I should answer questions. I'll get in trouble. Yeah, with who? Who's the person that you're going to be in trouble with? You're the president.
I can't think of any president ever said that.
Yeah, or any president's ever said twice in one day, those Republicans think we're drinking the blood of children. Twice. It's like, yeah.
Well, he doesn't have to worry about brain freeze when he eats all that ice cream. He can eat it as fast as he wants because there's nothing up here to freeze or get a headache.
Oh, see, my wife feels bad. Yeah, because my wife really likes Tom, and I like Tom, and I just leave Tom. I don't want shit, man. But I really picked the people to get angry with. Someone is fragile. Oh shit, Tom. He says I feel horrible. Oh no, Tom. Tom, you're a great guy. Why are you picking? What is? Don't forget the Hulk smash that like button. What is that? Was that something I said or what? If you read this, please give me a link. The link's still the same link, an unintentional one. I feel like a total piece of shit. An unintentional piece of shit. Well, an unintentional piece of shit. That's very philosophical. And Zombo says, this too shall pass. Okay, I'll put a link.
Zombo's a great guy. I've asked him to come on a few times. He just says, no, I want to be a spectator on YouTube.
I wonder if Zombo really looks like the real Zombo. I can't find my book. I gave everyone names. And now I can't find my book that tells me what their original name was.
Yeah, then it's up to their honor system to remember.
Snap, says Lead Paint. He didn't mean that. Okay, all right. Add to stream. All right. I got words stuck there. All right. I'm sorry, Tom. I forgot to warn you that my grandfather had a horrible temper, and if I get pushed to a certain point, then it pops out.
Ken, I was trying to say in the chat, but I didn't know you weren't reading it. But,
It's impossible hard for me to read the chat sometimes.
I swear, I didn't know I was pushing you at all. I'm just I'm not good at social interaction with people.
I'm not good at that either. I look, so it's like, so I tell you, okay, I like the 50s, I like the 60s. I didn't grow up in the 80s, 90s, and so you showed me these amazing books. Then I said, well, here, you like these books, right? And I say, no, I don't like that book. That's not, no offense towards you.
No.
And then the next book, I don't like that one either. The next book, I go, I don't like that either. The is my neck or my back in agony. And then then we're in the third hour of you showing me books.
But you never said, you never told me you had to leave though. Like maybe I should have just realized it.
Well, I did a 4-hour live stream, and then I'm eating dinner, and then you say, hey, can you do another live stream? And I say, well, okay, it's Tom. Okay, cool. I asked my wife, you mind if, and it's like, so I didn't even see her that day hardly. So I went back upstairs and you showed me all these books, and I liked one of them. There may be 3, the 2 monster ones and the comic buyer's guide, whatever, the comic book, fake comic book thing. And so, and then you were butthurt. That's a crude expression. You were upset.
No.
And so you started another channel because you were.
Well, you told me to start another channel.
I wanted you to do that all along. That's what I always told you to do.
And I just thought it was the right time to do it. Because there you can
show the stuff that I don't like.
Right, yeah.
Which is pretty much all the 80s independent stuff.
And there's,
that.
It's fine that you don't like. You don't have to like.
I know, but I told you I don't like it, and then it upsets you.
No, I'm
you show a magazine that I don't like, and then the next day you ask a question in Milton Knight. Didn't you always like this magazine?
Oh, I didn't. I did not even make that connection until you said that tonight. I swear
I've never heard of that.
I don't even remember what you were talking about. Like, what did I ask him?
I don't know about that. Some magazine, World of something. I don't know. But
I think I was asking him things that I looked him up on Wikipedia, and I thought I'd ask him about stuff that he was involved in.
That's
okay. All I was trying to do with that, because I wasn't trying to usurp you or anything.
No, I don't need.
And calling your wife, like, no, I wouldn't call him, but texting her was because I just thought, like, I didn't know the protocol. I thought that, there was nobody up at that time, and I felt lonely, and I wanted to talk to somebody.
Oh, okay, that's fine, but it's probably good, not good to call someone's wife at 3 in the morning.
Well, I won't. I just thought because she has a sleeping schedule, because you told me, like, she's like me, like she's up at all different times.
That's
like,
right,
thought,
but maybe she's right. She's awake right next to me, who is asleep. And then, therefore, if you call, there's a good chance her talking or the phone ringing will wake me up.
Oh, I didn't know. See, I thought she was not even with you at that time. I thought she was somewhere
else. We're married,
else.
So usually we're there next to each other. So therefore, that seems kind of weird to be calling, because I told you I was asleep, but you didn't believe that I was asleep. So you asked her. It's like you were checking to make sure I really was telling the truth.
No, I believed. I didn't not believe.
Graphic Man's listening, but he doesn't want to be.
No, I just not that I didn't believe.
I'd be hiding
too.
I just wanted to come on because, like, for you, because I can't believe, like, I never wanted to hurt you. That's the last thing I wanted to do. I thought you were like one of my best friends, like, and the Batman Robin stuff and all that. I thought that you'd think that was a friend thing. I don't know.
You were on Graphic Man's live stream. And it's like, well, I don't like any of this superhero stuff that you guys like. I don't like any of this monster stuff you like. And then they weren't talking about superhero monster stuff. They were talking about dull, funny animal, scamp comics. And then you say, well, I like Dell too. Look, Della cracked. And you showed that you weren't even paying attention to what they'd been talking about. And I don't know if you were coming on there, and they were like, they're saying, okay, bye, we're going. And then you like pop in right as we're going. And it just seemed a little awkward. And
well, I didn't know. I had no idea.
When you're saying, I could be your wife, and I just really didn't know how to take that.
And I thought that was just a funny joke, but I guess. So
it's yeah, I don't know, but yeah, don't.
and I
get
wasn't
paranoid.
bullying. I never intentionally bullied you at all. I got bullied by people when I was in high
Well,
school.
what
I got
is this
bullied.
stuff? Well, I have 2 missing subscriptions, and I think those 2 may be you. I mean,
No, I didn't
so it's
mean
like,
that either.
what is this, Perry Mason?
I didn't
It's like,
mean that though. I
and
didn't.
it's like it's just like the final moment of Perry Mason.
I didn't
And I
mean
knew
it.
you were coming to that,
It was just a
and
stupid
I
joke.
think it was you that
It was just.
unsubscribed.
I didn't think it was you. I didn't. I never thought for a
Why
moment
would
it
you
was
say
you.
it? And
I
you
thought it was a
I
stupid
think it was
joke. I
you.
thought it was a funny. I have a stupid sense of humor. I guess. I just.
But
You
it was,
know,
it was all a setup. You set it up for about 3 minutes.
I
You know, I
did.
got a channel. Yes, Tom, I was the first to subscribe to it, and there's a lot of people subscribing to it, and some people just unsubscribe.
It wasn't a
And
setup.
I think
I
who are
wasn't even
you?
thinking when I said that. I didn't say it for that reason. I think, Ken, you're imagining some things that I don't intend at all. Like a lot of things, because
Well,
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm
I
sure.
guess I'm just oblivious to everything. It's just I'm oblivious to the way people react to things, and
Okay, Tom, your friends from that other channel are not watching at this point. Can I be? I don't know how, because you told me things off the air that I shouldn't repeat here.
right.
But I think that you need to, that your friend that you're a fan of on that other channel, you send her present. Does she send you presents?
She has, yes.
Does she send, whenever you send, she sends about an equivalent amount of stuff back?
Well, no, but she has sent me some things, though, some nice things and cards and things and presents.
Okay.
She's not. I swear,
I'm trying
it's
to
not.
tell you from someone that's been there. When someone sends her $500 of stuff for her
I don't do
birthday,
that.
does she send an equivalent amount back to that guy?
Well, that's on him. That's his problem. It's not, her.
I know, what I'm saying is that there's thousands of guys sending her stuff.
I know. Well,
And I know you're her friend, but you got to find a girl in Canada. You got to find someone there in Canada.
I'm not looking to date her or anything.
But
She's married.
you're not
She's
looking
married.
for any other girl.
No, but
correct?
I wasn't looking before her either. I mean, she's
But-
just a friend.
But
People-
you're
I
not
mean-
looking for another girl because she's the girl.
No, not at all. I wasn't looking before her. I just gave up. I just completely gave up long before I knew her. It has nothing to do with her.
If she wasn't married and she said, "Hey, Tom, let's go,"
Well,
go.
any nice person, why wouldn't I? If they were a nice person,
Right.
But
she's
it's not
married.
right. She's just my friend, and I know that's all she'll have.
But in your mind, you would like there to be something more.
Not
But
now.
Yes, but in the dim recesses of your mind.
I think that every guy that has watched her has probably thought about that in the past.
Okay, but when they get a ring, you got to move on. And
Yeah,
so
but
these
But
people
I'm not
in the
looking
chat
to date
that were
her, though.
jumping on your ass about it, like Lead Paint or whoever it might have been, or if it was me, they mean the best. They're trying to tell you, hey, no, find a girl in Canada. There's
Yeah.
girls in Canada. There's probably
It's
a
the
girl who's
friendship.
next door.
Like it's not about romance though. You keep talking like that, but it's not.
Well,
It's
see, I can't make that argument because of there are things that you've told me off the air that belie what you're telling me now. And
I'm not delusional, I know, there's no chance of any.
I understand, but you are, if you aren't ever going to look for other girls.
I
And now
didn't
with
look
this
before
channel,
her.
if I was single, I would be using this channel to get girls. In all honesty,
Girls aren't interested in these things.
you're wrong. Not most girls, you're right, aren't. But today, girls are weirder, and what's made them weirder is the internet, and so they seek out quirky things. that girl's not the only girl that's ever touched a sad sack comic.
But I gave up a long time before I met her. I wasn't looking for anybody.
You've given up too soon, because it might just be one more day or one more year and you find someone. I thought I'd found a perfect girl. She turned out to be no. But then luckily that ended, and I found Cleo, and she's not demanding. She didn't demand gifts.
She didn't demand gifts either. I mean,
she's saying change the subject. My wife's saying change the subject. Okay, so yeah, I'm probably pushing too far into
I just can't.
I'm just saying, be friends with her, but don't send her any gifts more than like a card.
I don't send much
more than $10. Those
anymore.
money comics are pretty valuable, but I mean, they're just in all honesty, they're just paper pamphlets that we worship. So it's. I guess you're.
I know, like, if you're talking to some of these other guys that are her friends, then what you'd be saying.
What? Am I talking to what? Where?
If you were talking to some of the other guys that are her friends, it would be more relevant, because a few of them are maybe delusional about this sort of thing.
Okay, and then the other. Okay, here's the thing that upset me a little bit, or a lot.
But what upset me?
Okay, hold on.
Okay,
Let's say there's another person in the comic community named Major Batman, and you know that Major Batman follows ASMR people, and you talked to Major Batman and told Major Batman about that particular girl you like, and he's this person started following. So when we're kidding you, and you go, boy, I wish Major Batman was here. Boy, I wish Major Batman was here. He'd defend me because he likes this too. And do you think that Major Batman wanted his name brought up as being someone that likes ASMR at that moment?
I thought he mentioned it.
Did you get his permission? Does he talk about it on his channel?
Well, I thought he had mentioned it on his channel.
I don't know that that's the case, but do you think he wants that brought up? It's like, do you want, because most people think ASMR is a little weird and creepy, to be honest.
Well, like I said, I thought he'd made that public. I thought that he had
maybe, but I don't think you ought to. It's like you're on my channel, and then you're knocking other people on other channels on my channel. I noticed on your channel, you're this friendly Mr. Rogers guy. It's like, gee whiz, guys, we're gonna have fun today. But you don't start. Do you insult people from Kayfabe channel on your channel, or it's just, I thank you so much for subscribing to me, and you're such a wonderful person? You say, that guy in Kayfabe is just a real poser. It's like, so, but it's on my channel that you knock other people that are on other channels, that you bring up that someone that's a major member of the comic community might be really liking. And you got to remember, this girl's like 20, and this person is much older than that, and it's like, is that really appropriate? And then you've knocked other people. And how about when you last Saturday said, I saw a video of that store you worked at. Boy, that store doesn't look very good. It doesn't look like a store I'd like to shop at. And I saw the owner of that store. Oh boy, it's like, and you were doing that because I didn't like the books you showed. So you're criticizing my boss in the store I work at. And it's like, then it's like it starts to get a little creepy.
Well, I'm just not
graphic, man. If I said, I saw that store that you showed on your channel. Oh boy, and that owner. Well, if I did that to him, he works there. What is that a cool thing? What do you think?
No, I don't think sometimes. I speak without thinking.
So should I have hung up on you at that point? Yeah, but no, I said, hey, Tom, maybe you should. I've given you so many chances until it builds and builds and builds, and then it explodes like Mount Vesuvius.
Well, I just wish you had told me privately, because I'm oblivious.
Have I not said things? I mean, I don't watch the shows that often afterwards. But do I not kind of warn you sometimes? Do you go so far?
Yeah, a few times about.
It's like when you came on my channel, right after you started your own channel, and you decide you're going to show the National Lampoon specials that almost all have bare boobs on the cover. Almost every issue. That's how they sold them.
The thing about that is,
but on your channel, you're showing Sad Sack, and you're reading to them, and those were cool voices you're using and everything. But you're not showing the National Lampoon there. And I pointed out to you, Tom, would you show that on your channel?
Okay, so
so then, you know, there's
the reason I
on
did
YouTube that people aren't. You keep pointing out, hey, you know, you got a viewer that's young. It's like, I can't control that, man.
Well, I don't. What's wrong with that, though?
When I look at my stats, it says no one's watching this channel under age 35. So you want to keep pointing that out to me, because I think that is not a good thing. I put every episode, no, it's not for kids. But and this particular person, as far as I'm concerned, writes like an adult, and I think it's great. But you know, I do a lot of cursing on my channel. I don't want to be a bad impression to people.
I was
pointing
not.
out, hey, you know, you've got someone that's, and then you say, hey, I'd like to show this Pee Wee Herman comic to this person. And then that person says, no, Tom, I didn't ask you to show that. I was just asking if you'd heard of it. And then there's a picture of Pee Wee Herman splooging with a
somebody asked me
eruption of jism, and you're trying to show this to a kid on my channel. It's like, hey, why do you show that on your channel?
Well, it wasn't that graphic.
Yeah, I would, because you can't see anything. No, you can't see anything because there's a giant explosion of jism obscuring the penis. I don't really want to see a badly drawn comic making fun of Pee Wee Herman, because I like Pee Wee Herman. I like Paul Rubens. And that person didn't even ask to see it. And so
I thought they wanted.
What are you doing that to my channel for?
I thought they wanted.
Then the first time you did it, I had to leave. I thought, hey, it's fun. It's kind of Gonzo kind of thing. I'll be the host of the show, but I got to go to Aldi, the shop. So I'll leave you and Night Tiger alone on my show. That'll be kind of funny. I'll be going off alone. And so you start reading from some stupid comic with stick figures in it and start reading it. And then you're talking to Night Tiger saying, hey, you know, I read from this comic book once and it caused me to get a copyright strike. And you say to him, I don't know what will happen to him because we're all the way into the stream. She'll never know about it. And I come back from Aldi and I hear you guys talking about how you once got a copyright strike from reading from the very same comic book. What kind of shit is that?
Yeah, but that was because like the whole video, like, was in the title and everything. I knew she would never see that video.
Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to me?
Because I knew there was no chance that she would see that.
But would you fire a gun in my house if you just knew there was no chance that it would ricochet and hit me? I know there's no chance. Or hey, there's blanks in this gun. It doesn't matter if I fire it in your living room. I mean, why would you do that on my channel? I'm retired. I have no life except for 3 days a week. I leave the house, and you're going to do something that could potentially take my channel away because you just think it's funny. What was It wasn't a good comic. It wasn't funny. It was stupid.
I thought the comic was funny.
Been burned, but you knew that the lady that read it was litigious and was a lawyer and sued. And if anyone that read it on YouTube, and then you read it on YouTube on my channel, are you going to read it on your channel?
Well, I can't because I'd have to title the video after it or something. But if I wasn't.
I mean, why can't you just do it?
Well, I could do it if I didn't title the video after. But you're right. I shouldn't.
You knew that it created a problem. You knew it wasn't a comic that I like. It wasn't Bernie Wrightson art. It was literally stick figures.
At that point, I thought that you were interested maybe in the weird, stupid comics like that. But I didn't,
I mean, you could show me, hey, here's a weird, stupid comic. Look at us stick figures. Yeah. I once tried to read from this. You believe it? The person tried to
yeah, that's what I should have done.
But you started reading the whole thing while I was not there. And you didn't warn me about it, or I would have said, shoot, don't do that.
Yeah.
And as much as I worry about things, you did that on my channel. That was the first warning. And I was real nice about it, but it worried me. I mean, it's not cool.
No, I understand. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I don't think enough about things. I just think over and funny.
But you go on my channel, and it's like you think, well, okay, well, And I say, don't show that stuff, Tom.
Yeah,
don't show
yeah.
those boobs. And you say, you show boobs on your channel all the time because I'm standing in a room with Playboy centerfolds behind me. I'm not intentionally doing that.
But
it's not like I'm holding it up. Hey, guys, look at this.
Well, that's where I was confused. I was confused because of that kind of thing, and because you have shown things in the past.
So it's okay on his channel because he's lost his soul. His channel.
No.
It reminds me of The Godfather with the racist, the mafia guys. They're saying, well, we can sell these drugs in that community because they don't have souls. They're barbarians, you know. It's like I can go on Gratu's channel.
Man, I don't think that. I don't think that at all. I just thought it was okay. You said it, and I should have realized that it wasn't. I should have realized it. And I told myself so many times afterwards, I have to stop doing stuff like that. And it's just, I don't know.
This shit, it's like, and then I hear people say, well, yeah, I got your letter, Tom. And it's like, okay, so I don't know if you're sending letters, talking to people on the phone in the community about me, you know. I
didn't say anything bad about it. I don't think I've ever said anything bad about it.
Then you said something like, well, you know, I was talking to someone about you, and they said, yes, you are. And it's like, and then I got pissed. That was last Monday or whenever. And I said, what are you talking about? And then I was talking to my grandfather. Yeah, he thinks you're an asshole.
Oh, that. No, he does not think that.
Or that you're crazy, whatever, you know. It's like,
no, he doesn't think that.
But you know, I don't really want to hear.
It's just some of the conspiracy theories.
Again, I got out of junior high school, and
But Ken, it's like you've taken everything and you've like multiplied it a lot. But there's some of the things you're absolutely right about. Some of the things you're absolutely right about. I was an idiot. I was a stupid idiot, and I shouldn't have done some of the stuff. I should have realized what I was doing. And I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's just there was no. See, the thing is, I guess there was no sign that I was getting pissed. You didn't see that.
I'm not good at picking up signs. I'm not good at it. I didn't know. I thought I didn't know.
Well, does it seem like you've been? My wife's saying, what is she saying?
But believe me, nobody's going to be angry at you for. Yeah, I get paranoid about stuff.
You get paranoid. You know,
the only thing I want you to do is to delete that stream where you showed that video, because that was a mistake that I made again.
There's a lot of mistakes you made, and that's
a lot of mistakes.
I met Shannon, and there was a lot of funny stuff on that stream, and I've got to delete that stream. You're going to make that call that I need to delete that stream.
If you want to delete every video I'm in,
you asked me to show that video.
I shouldn't have. I was a complete moron. I was a complete moron.
So you asked my wife to watch it and coerce me. I believe your words.
I wanted to see what her opinion was, if she thought that, you know, you should delete it, but, you know.
And she didn't think I should.
Okay.
So, you know, I only deleted one show where I was, it's a long story.
If you want to delete all the streams I'm in, feel free to do it.
Tom,
your streams are great. They've been great. It's just like occasionally the one where you started reading the stuff where the lady goes nuts if you read it was probably not a smart move.
No.
But it was a cool stream. Night Tiger was on there. You were on there. It was just like, I thought that's kind of a dick move. And then
it's just
the ones where you know, it just seems like occasionally you make little digs, you know, like I don't know. I guess I don't know.
Tom, I think you've come back on and you've apologized. But
yeah, I'm trying to apologize too. I'm not doing a good job, probably.
At the same time, you've kind of maybe learned a few things about what you may have done and shouldn't have done as far as suggesting things be done. But I don't think at this point anybody needs to delete anything. Maybe some time should exist here because you have apologized, which is great. And maybe give it a day or two, and if you feel a redress is in order, I guess fine. But my advice would be to just kind of let it just trail off here for the rest of the night.
Yeah. Well, it's just yeah, you don't delete your channel because what you've got is great. People love the history of Sad Sack. And,
I don't know.
Well, that would probably be a knee-jerk reaction to delete anything at this point.
No,
So
no, because what you did is important historically, just like what Lance Jones is doing. That's important. You doing. There's no definitive or close to definitive history of Sad Sack on YouTube or anywhere on the internet, and so to delete that would be like defacing a painting in the Louvre.
Yeah,
and then you the history of Blip magazine. Nobody's ever fucking done that. That's people don't even know that magazine exists. They've ever hardly even seen it. I think I've only seen 1 or 2 copies of it, and that's an important part of good or bad about the early '80s is the video game explosion. It's interesting.
Yeah, no one wants you to delete anything. So
yeah, don't.
We should probably just let this evening just kind of wander off into the sunset.
I don't know. I feel like I should just disappear.
No, Tom. No. I just look up my grandfather and his temper. Shit, it comes out every so often. I've heard stories from my dad about what his dad was like, and it's just like it. And then I saw my dad lose his temper, and it's like, I remember one time I said, "Dad, why did you do that?" Or I said something that kind of told my mom something like, that he had done, like cursed or something. And he's got so pissed, probably under so much stress from work in the Army. He took some fucking roll and threw it as hard as he could because he was a pretty good baseball player too, like his dad, at the wall. It's like, holy shit. And it's my only regret, eternal regret, is that this temper didn't explode when I was in junior high school, and those bullies and in PE class, I didn't let them have a taste of it. I mean, not just verbally, because that wouldn't have worked. Because my mom always taught me never to fight. Most parents, I think, teach their kids to fight. If there's a bully, just like, you're in trouble if you don't knock them out. I always thought, well, I'd be in trouble if I came home and I fought, but now I realize, no, I should have gone nuts on those guys. It's like I drop $1 on the ground. Hey, I'll give you the $1 back if you suck my dick. I should have clocked him and then gone to the coach and said, this guy wants me to suck his dick. And if he didn't do anything about it, I should have gone to the principal. It's like, this guy is, well, they didn't say that in 1979, sexually harassing me, but I would just said, hey, what you've got this. If I could go back, like one of those movies, and go back into my, like in one of those National Lampoon stories, and go back in as a 56-year-old man into my childhood body and fix the mistakes I made, it would be so great. And I wish I could go back and have a few decades back and have met my wife earlier and not had to deal with a good 20 years of someone calling me up and saying, would you, I want something at Neiman Marcus. It's only $2,000. Would you get this? I mean, I was played and like you wouldn't believe. But so when I hear you're giving stuff to girls, I'm saying, Tom, hey, plus she's gotten married. So find another girl and use your channel, because you will find a girl. There are girls that are going to think you're really cute and they're going to think you're really funny. There's going to be someone out there, but you got to keep going, and it might be that they live in Georgia. It might be they live in England, and then you're going to just need to figure out a way to hop on a plane or get them to come to Canada. And today the world's very small because your channel's going everywhere in the world, and there's someone out there for you. But that girl is taken, and watch your channel.
I just want to keep the friendship, Ken.
Yeah,
that's right. I don't want people, like you keep saying this all the time, and people are going to think that.
Well, I just don't do this stuff where it's like because I don't want people to think that It's like
She's one of the only good friends I have.
No, it's fine, but just don't say, I could be your wife, and then people are watching this channel saying, "What the fuck is this channel?" It's like, no wonder they're giving me thumbs down when you tune into a channel and someone's saying that. It's like, what the fuck? I'm turning on. I'm going over to that auction. I don't want to see this. But you're trying to be funny, but.
Yeah, but it didn't work though.
Well, you're funny, but sometimes things you're saying, I'm not quite sure how you mean it.
I tell you what, to add to that, Tom, if you would do some karaoke sometime on your channel, I think there's going to be a girl that sees that and go, I really dig that, because girls love karaoke. Guys that can do that, I can't. I'd feel embarrassed. So
yeah. Myra wants to do that.
That's right. He sure does. So,
Eric Breen says the auction is over. My wife is going, oh. Eric Breen's showing up. It's like, hey guys, that's funny. Sorry, Eric. What I'm laughing about is that you missed the big argument while you're over at the auction. You're probably in the right place. Yeah, absolutely. But, when you were singing and I put those pictures over you, my wife was telling me you told her on the phone that you were very hurt by that. And I wasn't meaning that to be, I was just trying to be funny. I thought it's a funny show. It's the Gratu Orloff show. It's freewheeling and rollicking. And it's
that's what I was doing too.
And I'll put some
to me,
pictures pop up and you think, and sometimes you say, gosh, I'm really offended when you say the word fuck. And then I pop up Veronica in the corner saying fuck. And when you're looking down, and then I quickly try to take it away when you look up. To me, that's funny. And you think I'm picking on you.
Yeah, I thought the stuff I was saying was funny too, but you didn't.
But you
didn't like it. But but I understand.
No, I just you're taking offense at things that I'm meaning to be funny.
Well, I didn't mean. So did I. I didn't mean anything bad by anything.
It's just like an older brother thing. It's like, say, I don't like it, and then you pop it on right when you're looking down. You look up, and it's like, hey, what was that?
That's what I do with you, like with the whole. That's what I did do with you with the whole Batman Robin. And
but the confronting me about, are you the one that's unsubscribed from? Yeah, that's bullshit, man.
I swear I didn't mean anything by that. You keep thinking I did, and
so what other people do you do that to?
I didn't do it to people. You're saying it like I'm doing it.
Why did you confront me as being one of the two? What makes you think I'm one of the two people?
Don't. How many times do I have to tell you, Ken? I never thought that. I just said it because I thought it was a funny off the cuff joke, but it wasn't, and I'm so sorry.
See, I know how you obsess over things, and you're wondering what is the subscribing. Actually, I made my subscriptions private, so that may be why you didn't notice it, because I see how you obsess trying to figure out who people are in the chat. And how you try to ask them what their job is, so that you can try to figure out how to, like, who they are. Who is this person?
It's just that one thing because of that.
Well, you were trying to figure out who Lead Paint was, right?
Because of that stream.
It's like, oh shit, maybe I need. So I made all my subscription. I figured out how to make my subscriptions private because I figure, well, if there's someone psycho enough out there that's gonna want to like look through all my subscriptions and maybe see what I'm subscribed to. Who knows what the fuck I'm subscribed to? I better be careful. So that's why I did that. So it may appear that you don't see my name anymore because I made my subscriptions private. So now it just looks like I'm one more of the people that subscribe to you. But yes, I did make my subscriptions private. That's why you didn't see, that's why you don't see my name there as a subscriber. But man, you gotta like not obsess over who you're.
I wasn't, Ken. I keep telling you I wasn't. I just said it, and I didn't. I wish I hadn't said it.
See, I let you on tonight over against my best instincts because I knew that you were mad at me, and so
I wasn't mad at you.
You were mad at me when you came on Graphic Man stream the other night, and.
What do you mean? I was mad at you. I wasn't mad at you.
Well, you went on the air, and it struck me as very weird.
I think you're reading things there that aren't there.
Were you talking about me on that stream? when I wasn't there.
I don't even remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember. If you could tell me.
Well, you're saying, hey, wasn't Robin a girl at one point? I don't really follow these stupid superhero comics like you guys do, but wasn't she a girl once? You know, hey, I'm like Batman's Robin. Yeah, hey, you know, I could be like his wife or something. It's like, and these guys were looking at you like, what? I don't know. It was trying to. I don't really. I paraphrasing it probably wrong, but
The jokes are,
it was
yeah,
a very
you're,
cringy
you're
moment.
paraphrasing it a bit wrong, but
But I just thought it was a little weird. Just like, hey, Robin was a girl once, right? Hey, Robin, I want to be Robin. I want to. It's just like, what?
I didn't realize you were making these connections like that. Like, I wasn't making these connections. I was just talking about random. I just thought of Robin, and I just thought of that, and I just thought of bringing it up. I didn't mean to have anything to do with you at all.
It's all right. It's all right. It just
for me or you. It's just I think you're thinking that I've been trying to do all this stuff to you, and I haven't. I haven't been doing it.
But you didn't mean to. But I mean, I think you think my channel's kind of a degenerate channel, and there's lots of boobies on it, and that this is where you can come to be a bad boy. And then on your channel, hey, I'll be Mr. Rogers, and I'll show you like I'll read to you big little books, and I'll read to you golden books, and on his channel I can talk about all the I can show, you know, the boobs and stuff in these magazines.
I just thought that, you know, that was okay on your channel because of other things I've told you already, but it isn't. And
yeah, I mean, I'm trying to keep my channel somewhat clean. I curse because I don't.
I didn't know that.
Because I kind of think it's funny, you know. It's just sometimes it's funny when a talk show host says curse words. I don't know why. Maybe it isn't. Maybe that's why I can't get.
I got mixed signals on that. I didn't know how to interpret it, and I know now.
Oh, my wife said, she's saying she's feeling sorry for you, Graphic Man. If anything, I'm glad things have calmed down, but it's time to move on and let Graphic Man go. Laugh out loud. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're fucking hostage here. My God. Free Graphic Man. Look at my wife. God.
Oh, dear. I don't mind.
To go. It's past midnight, man.
Yeah.
It's the witching hour. So
now I know, like anything I say, you might take the wrong way. So
yeah, because I'm crazy.
You're not crazy, no. But I'm afraid to say anything now. I just I'm because I have to be careful, right? But I understand there's certain things that I was very stupid about, though. Very stupid. I'm not blaming you.
Tom, we always got to be careful when we talk to people. It just comes with it. So I think everybody will be more aware now, and everybody kind of knows how each other feels. And so there is hope for this. It'll move on.
Yeah, I've completely I've forgiven people for doing horrible shit to me. You know, that I've actually been in fist fights with, you know, friends. But I'll tell you, you know, you got to consider who you're talking to. Like when I'm on a live stream with Graphic Man, I try to be careful not to curse because he's written books on the Bible, and it's like, do I really? I'm not going to curse on his channel at all.
No, I know.
I'm on his channel, so I'm really careful. And even when he's on just as a guest, I haven't been doing a good job of it tonight. I try to lay off those words, but when you're coming on, when I see you on your channel being this nice guy, and then you come on my channel,
I misinterpreted the atmosphere, if you want to call it that, for your channel.
I don't think I hope that I'm not coming across like this channel is completely perverted.
No, but I felt freer on your channel, and I let loose too much.
Why can't you be free on your own channel?
I was going to be when I first made it. I was going to be, but then I just decided maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should change. You know,
Is it because of that girl seeing it?
Well, yeah, I thought.
And you thought that girl is not going to be watching the Gratu channel, but she might watch my channel.
Because I haven't told her
my P's and Q's. To me, that's not cool. I mean, just be the same person all the time.
Well.
Because if you think, well, I can go on his channel and just do whatever,
Well,
The worst thing was the first thing you did, man, reading that copywritten book. I mean, every book's probably copywritten, although we found out maybe that's not true tonight. But reading a book that you know has caused you trouble before on my channel.
yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah, see, and I don't know. And then I think, did he do that? So if he ever gets mad at me, graphic man, I'm so sorry. Was it there as a booby trap? So if you ever got mad at me, you can contact that lady.
No, of course not.
Or did you show the boobs from National Lampoon? So if you get mad at me, or if you want that live stream
No.
taken down, you go to YouTube and say, "Hey, this
No.
nasty man's showing boobs on his
No,
channel."
I would never
Take that
ever
stream
do
down
that.
when the real reason is you want me to not have that channel, that show on because I make fun of ASMR or something.
I want you to delete that. I still want you to delete that stream, but I did not ever intentionally do anything. I would never report you to anybody for anything. I would never do that to you.
See, I think this stream is far more.
Yeah, so do I.
Than that one.
So do I.
Probably want me to delete this stream, but then I'd get rid of all of Lance Jones.
Because I can't tell you.
But
you can edit the streams, though. You can edit.
Yes, you've sent me the email on how to edit my streams while I was at work the other day.
Well, I'm sorry.
Again,
Okay, I'm sorry again.
Along with the one about who I think lead paint was,
You
and then
told
you're asking,
me.
should I delete this comment from lead paint on my page? And it's like, yeah, sure. I mean, you don't need to ask my permission to delete someone's comment on your page.
You told me that I could message you at work because.
No, you can message me.
You did tell me that. And you said it was
create a big
fine.
problem. But when it's like desperate, worried, should I delete this? He said something mean to me. That's like, hey, dude, delete it. It's your page. Why do I care? I don't know who Lead Paint is. To me, he seems like a nice guy that was kidding.
I don't
you
know
like
him either. I don't know him either.
But
sure he's fine.
Don't get off on all this paranoid Norman Bates stuff about who he is, man.
I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not going to destroy your friendship with that girl. And then it's like I try to divert the conversation. I remember I held up a book about cavemen called Primitive Man. I said, "Hey, let's look at this." And you say, "Oh, that girl got her name from the word primitive."
Well, it reminded me, but yeah, okay.
But so I couldn't. You hijacked the stream. I couldn't get off the subject of the girl because I put up a book about cavemen, and it was like that reminded you of her.
Okay.
When everything reminds you of someone and they're married, you need to move on to another girl because you got to move to another girl. I'm telling you, like, because as a friend, as someone that cares to, I'm saying this to you like a brother would say it, like a father would say it. She's married, man.
I know this, Ken.
Girl. There's other pretty girls.
I know it. She's just a friend, Ken.
I know. If you look at a book about cavemen and it reminds you of the girl, it's too much.
It was
Tom, you got to admit it. If a book about cavemen, if I look at a book about cavemen, that doesn't remind me of my wife.
Okay. But hey, Ken, if you saw a book that said Cleopatra or something on the front of it,
that's her name.
That would remind you of her. Well, that's the name.
But her name is not Primitive Man.
It's pretty close.
Primitive. Actually, she. Tom, you know what I'm saying. Tom, honestly.
I think you're misrepresenting me a little bit here.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do, but I think you're making me out to be a lot worse than I am, though.
No, you're a human being. Human beings fall in not shit. It happens. But I'm telling you, you got to find another girl because it can't end well because she's.
It's not. There's nothing to end well. I mean, it's just a friendship, Ken.
But,
I don't have any designs.
My friends, I don't look at this and it doesn't remind me of my friends. Like, because I could probably show you anything that would remind you of her at this. So, because that means you really. I had another girl. Lots of girls in Canada. They're in the United States. They're in Alaska. They're in Nova Scotia. They're all around, man.
I wish you believed me when I was telling you these things. Like, you don't seem to listen to what I'm saying.
It's all right. All right. It's okay, but just don't. it's just, yeah. But all this passive aggressive stuff that you
I know where I made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, but man, so what good could that possibly have done to read a copywritten thing by a lady that's crazy that goes after anyone that reads her stuff on YouTube, and then you read it on my channel just because I leave. And then I realized, well, maybe I shouldn't be as weird and cool, like walking away from my live stream and letting other people hijack it. It's like, I think, wow, that's crazy, because I trusted you enough to take over my channel and not start reading stuff that could cost.
Sorry, that book just showed up at that time too, because I was just going through that pile of comics, and it just came up, and I was going to wait till you came back to show it. I even said that at the time. I said I'd like to wait till Ken comes back because I wanted to see your reaction to how bad it was. But
would you have warned me that this lady gives trouble to people that read it on the internet?
I should have, but you
weren't going to do that until after you read it. That would have been.
I just knew she'd never see the video. I knew she was never going to see the video. I knew that for a fact.
Well, I'm glad you know that, but I don't know that. And then my channel goes, it's like about all I got right now, locked down from COVID.
That's why I shouldn't have done it.
Well, anyway, all is forgiven, Tom. All's cool. You don't need to worry about anything. I'm just worried about you because I see that you're not sleeping. I see you're sleeping weird hours, and I'm just worried that it's because of.
No, it's not because of.
Tom, I've also kind of wondered about your sleep schedule, but it's not really in my business, so I never press you about it. I have thought it a little odd, but I figured you must just have some, reason. So,
well, I can tell you what happened.
You don't know what's in the explanation.
I think I do at this point, because it's nothing to do again with her. You're making all this about her. It's nothing to do with her. Years before, like when I turned 30 or so, my grandmother had Alzheimer's, right? And she used to live with us here. And it was too much for me to deal with. I couldn't handle it because it got worse and worse, and it was becoming really hard for my grandfather to deal with. So what happened is I started sleeping in as long as I could to avoid being around her in the situation that was going on. And it threw off my sleeping schedule, and I've never been able to get it back since then. And it's always just been shifting around constantly. I've tried to do things like, because, keeping appointments or doing anything like that is just, it's awful, like when I said when I worked, doing the teaching and everything, I had to do it with no sleep every time because I couldn't sleep if I knew I had to do anything. And that's how it started. And it's always been that way. I don't think I can ever get it back to normal, but that's how it began.
There has to be some way.
But that's how it began. That's what happened.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. But that's gonna keep you from getting any employment once all this is over and things open back up. It's gonna.
Yeah.
So.
Is it all right? Like, I just want to ask you. You're talking about Major before, and I
doesn't know
Major.
The person that you're talking about,
Major Batman.
I don't remember that. Yeah.
I really respect him a lot, as I do you, and
just don't talk about him on my channel.
No, I won't. I didn't mean anything privately. By it. I didn't mean anything by it, but I'm just saying, is he okay? Like, I didn't know that I did something wrong at that time.
Maybe you didn't. I don't know. No. If it was me and you start talking about
no, I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure he's okay, though. If you've heard anything, I don't know.
Oh, no, I haven't heard anything. I'm just saying that I don't think on my channel I want people that aren't there talking about. If he was there and you wanted to yank his chain and he yanks your chain,
no, I wasn't trying to yank his chain at all. I would never.
It's like if we're talking.
I misunderstood.
Let's say we're talking to somebody that worked for Screw magazine or something, and then someone says, well, well, I don't like Screw Magazine. That was a dirty magazine. And I said, well, I wish blah, blah, blah was here because I know they like Screw Magazine. And it's like, well, you're bringing up someone that's not even there and saying they like something they may not want the world to know they like Screw Magazine. And it's like,
No,
I'm not saying that all ASMR is like Screw Magazine.
I thought he talked about it, like I said, but you're right.
That's very possible.
I was sure he did, but I shouldn't have brought these things up. And I shouldn't have, because, you know, some people misinterpret the way, you know, the industry, and I understand why they do that. I understand. Because
almost everybody involved in it, it's
well, unfortunately,
maybe the exception of a few.
Unfortunately, that's what it's become. Yes, that's what a lot of it has become. Yes.
Yeah, but I just, you know,
unfortunately, but
it's probably all wonderful.
No, I mean.
But no, there's no problem there. I just, you know,
but
I
he
don't
likes
want
it for the same reason I do.
And getting pissed because he's being talked about on my channel.
No, I understand.
Oh, you know, don't read copywritten stuff, or you know they get angry. Don't talk about other people. Don't talk about other people in a negative way, even when you talk to me privately, because you know it. Only so far you can take it before I kind of have to warn people that you're talking about them, which I've done tonight. He says, yeah, good show outside my name being sullied. The good name of Lead Paint.
Well, Lead Paint. Lead Paint, I don't know who you are. I want to apologize to you. I overreacted to some comments. I thought you were bullying me in that stream. And I took it the wrong way, just like Ken took my comments the wrong way about things I've said. And I apologize to you for that. I apologize.
Yeah, I misinterpreted everything 100%.
Not everything, no, but a lot of stuff. Ken, I apologize to you because I was thoughtless. I was reckless. You know, I didn't think that you would think about these things like in this way. I didn't mean to hurt you at all. I never wanted to hurt you. Well, I've always spoken well. I always talk to you, my grandfather, about you in a good way. You know, I'm always telling him, you know, how much fun I have talking to you, and I hope that's all right. You know, because you're saying all right,
but you know,
not to talk about people, but I've
no,
always.
I mean, it's like, but when you're trying to play detective and try to figure out who
that was just that one time, Ken. It was just.
Well, it's just it reflects, like, it gets a little scary that's your mind is going that, because you were getting so mad that day, you know, because if you watch yourself, you're reading the chat and your eyes.
Well, I was worried. I was really worried.
Like how angry you are. And you start hitting the keys like real hard.
Oh, I wasn't. I always type like that. It's just.
But I'm watching it and I'm thinking, holy smoke, he's this nice guy, and then all of a sudden he's turning into this. It's like a Hitchcock movie.
No, and I always type like that. People have told me I
know, but you were getting mad.
I was upset. I was upset because I made a huge mistake, you know, and. I wish it never would have happened.
Hey,
I wish I could go back.
That girl's not going to see it ever any more than that little old lady is ever going to see you reading that copywritten book on my channel, because you figure it's a few hours in. She's never going to see it. That girl's never going to see it. And so, you know, what's the difference?
I know, but somebody, well, I don't want to say.
Those people, okay, the people in chat, if they go tattle to her, then they're no good pussy motherfuckers. And there's probably people like that, but I think I've screened out all of that vermin, because every episode I talk about Donald Trump and those little pieces of shit that would tattle and go to YouTube and tattle, this guy's saying bad thing. Those people are not watching they're watching 20 seconds of it and giving it a thumbs down. And there's one person that does it, and I'm pretty sure I know who it is. It's not you.
No, it's not me.
I know it's not. I'm not trying to do what you just did to me. It's like, I know it is, and it's
I didn't do that to you.
That's kind of what you did to me.
I didn't do it to you.
Kind of what you did to me. But
I didn't intentionally do that to you. But I would never ever give you a thumbs down. I want you to.
No,
I know. Not believe me if you don't want, but
I'm saying
I never will. Okay, even if I disappear and I never I delete my channel, I would never give you a thumbs down.
Don't delete your fucking channel, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's that passive aggressive shit. You'd be doing
It's
that.
not.
Then everyone would be pissed at me. Look what you did to that mean. You hurt him so much he deleted his channel, and now I'll never be able to see the history of Sad Sack again, or whatever he might have done. And it's like it would. All that is just the. No, don't delete your
Well, I
goddamn
feel
channel.
stuck now. I'm completely stuck because I don't want to have my channel anymore. I
Tom,
don't.
Tom, you're not stuck. It's just like a bad night.
Yeah,
I'm serious. Just
It's just that. Yeah,
one of the worst nights of my life.
no, oh shit, no, man. You gotta live, man. If this is the worst night of your life, you gotta
You
live
gotta-
a little more. It
you
may
gotta
get a
try
lot
and
worse here, and if you live in Canada, it's gonna get a lot worse, man. We're about to go through the Book of Revelations. This the worst night of your life. There are people that lived in Dachau and Bergen-Belsen and Auschwitz. Man, if the worst night of your life is
We're not talking about that stuff.
man, the people that were in.
and you agree because you know history, Tom. This isn't that bad.
People that lived in Dresden when it was firebombed, people that were in San Francisco in 1906. There can be a lot worse than Gratu getting mad, who is someone that doesn't matter, who has
You do matter, though.
a couple hundred subscribers.
You matter to me.
Well, I
that's good.
appreciate
That's
that.
good.
But I understand, Tom. I care about you, and so if I feel like you say I'm like a big brother or a dad, if I was your dad, I'd be shaking you about this. Find a girl, goddammit. Excuse my language. I don't like to take the Lord's name in vain, but in this case, find somebody, man. You need to find somebody, and you could find someone. Maybe you need to grow the Snidely Whiplash mustache or something. I don't know, but there's nothing wrong with your looks. People love your personality. They're all writing underneath on your channel that how cool you are, funny. You know, the way you read, you make a great dad. You know, reading these books to kids. You find a girl that's single, that's a little closer to your age. I'm not saying you're in love with her, although, come on, if a caveman book makes you think of the girl, it could be. So I'm saying, be friends with her, find a girl.
I'm just saying.
Does this make sense to you, Tom, or am I being...
It was the caveman thing. That's because that's how she picked her name. It was because of that word that you showed on the comment. I mean, it wasn't because I'm a psycho and it was like everything reminds me of her or something.
Okay, then it's so weird that I picked a book at random from a bookshelf.
It was a weird coincidence.
There's no way this will. Here's the book on caveman.
It was a weird coincidence. She said so many times that that's the word that her channel is named after. That word.
Well, that's actually kind of a cool thing because, you know, girls, the primitive, that's, you know, because I like 60s garage rock, and Primitive is a cool song from that time period.
But I'm not obsessed like you. I don't want people to think that. I'm sorry I presented myself that way. I'm sorry to Lead Paint. I'm sorry to you. I'm sorry to Micah, you know, for having to be here through all this.
Cut out for bed, graphic man. It's okay. We love you. He says, we got it. I got to go to bed.
I hope that by being here, I was a little buffer for both of you guys.
No, you're doing the right thing. You're doing the right Christian thing. But I wish I was a better person that I could have controlled my temper.
I just wish you believed me when I told you I didn't mean a lot of that stuff. That
I know. Well, you didn't mean for me to get that upset, but you did mean to needle me a little bit.
I didn't not like that though. I meant to needle you in a friend way, but I didn't.
I mean, you told my wife that you started your channel because you were mad at me. And
I didn't say
I already kind of knew that. It started within an hour of you being angry at me for not liking your books. And
I didn't say that. I didn't say it
insulting the boss in my store and the store.
I said, well, the reason I started was because I realized when, you know, that we don't have the same taste and everything, and that's completely fine. There's nothing wrong.
In some cases, they're identical. Music.
And in some cases, yes. Yeah. But I realized that I should start my own channel so that, you know, I don't have to bother you with, you know, things that you're not interested in. and I could just show them on my own channel. And it wasn't because I was mad at you. I was not mad at you at all. I mean, it's true that, I sometimes I get too upset if people don't like things that I like, which is really stupid, but it's a stupid fault that I have. But I wasn't mad at you.
We all have faults. I have a frick load of faults, and one of them, unfortunately, is if I keep getting pushed and pushed, I explode, and it doesn't happen very often. And it's just like you kept thinking, I can do anything to this guy. I can just keep going, and then it explodes. But that's it's probably going to cause people to go back and watch the previous episodes. So it's okay, Tom. It's all right. It's okay. We're okay. We're still friends. There's no reason to be upset. There's certainly no reason to delete your channel. I just, you were being an asshole sometimes, and I was taking it.
I didn't mean it, but yeah.
And I was probably doing little things like rolling my eyes or saying, like you'd show a book and I go, yeah, and that's good. And you say, this is funny, right? And I said,
that's just the way I talk, though.
And it's like, I know, but I apologize if I did anything horrible, but you were if you weren't provoking me, I wouldn't have gotten to this point.
If I hadn't known I was provoking you, I would have stopped a long time ago. Believe me, I would have. I didn't want it. I would never want it to come to this.
You just can't. You can't call and talk for an hour to my wife. You're trying to get out to a restaurant or anyone else you might call and talk to
right.
long periods of time.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
It's okay. It's all right. But I'm still your friend. All is cool, and I just don't want.
I just talked to you.
I don't want an enemy. I don't want someone that's constantly. What can I do to fuck him up?
I never did that.
I'm going to report him to YouTube. I don't want some enemy.
I never did that. I would never do that to you. I wish you'd stop thinking that.
But there's so many people I've met in my life, and people.
But you're thinking I'm like those people. I'm not like those people. Even if you thought that because you've had those bad experiences in your past, I would never do that.
Yeah, well,
and I wouldn't want anybody to do that to me. I'm afraid about people doing that stuff to me, and I wouldn't do it to somebody else.
It's not going to be me or Graphic Man or anybody in that chat room. And people that kid you, if they were kidding you in a bad way, I would knock them out of. I would be pissed. There was someone that was. Like I thought was making fun of Meyer Greenblatt's name.
No,
it's like I thought they were doing it, and I thought, then it turns out they weren't. I was misinterpreting it, and then I realized that's not even his name. It's a made-up name. But I thought someone was being because I figured, well, maybe Meyer Greenblatt is a Jewish name. My last name's Jewish, and Weiner or German. Orloff is definitely a family name. It's like because my grandfather that was the baseball player was Jewish, and so I thought, well, is this guy trying to be anti-Semitic to one of my my friends here? And I was getting pissed, and then I realized, oh no, he just knew it wasn't his name, and he was just kidding him. So I watched the chat. Now I'm not, but if someone fucks with someone, I'm not going to let him do it. And I didn't see anything Lead Paint was doing that was bad. It was just, he was just like an older brother just saying, hey, pussy, get a picture from Playboy up there instead of the picture of Tiffany. That's what he was doing. It sounds like it's mean, but it's something that, it's like Eddie Haskell and the Beaver. You're like the Beaver, and Lead Paint was like being like Eddie Haskell. I loved Eddie Haskell. And he was an asshole, but he would have defended Beaver if someone was picking on him. But he was just an a-hole. But he was a good guy, really. That's why Wally was friends with him. He knew that deep down he was an okay guy. He was just a creep. And that's the way Lead Paint was.
I never had any older brothers. I never had many friends, so I don't know about that dynamic. I don't know about that social interaction.
Yeah.
So I didn't recognize that.
Okay, that's all right. Ugh.
But Ken, if I delete my channel, don't
Don't delete your channel, man.
Don't take it personally. It's just because I just
on.
don't want to do it
No, don't delete your channel, man.
anymore.
That would be silly.
And Tom, look, Lead Paint's comment. I'm all fun, just joking around.
Yeah.
So that's all it was.
No, I believe him. I believe him. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
I'm still here.
No, no.
I walk off the camera all the time. No offense.
Yeah, whenever you see me go off screen, I'm probably just blowing my nose or something that looks a little weird. So
yeah, I should. You should just do the, what do they call it, the homeless person thing, where you just close one nostril and blow.
Yeah.
I used to be real good at that in 3rd grade. It would just look like I was spitting. I was real good. I could aim and everything.
Oh dear.
But that was 3rd grade. And then I grew up. Ugh.
Just promise me though that if I don't continue my channel, you're not going to take it personally.
Well, Tom, you keep talking like you're going to do it.
Tom,
you can't stop
this is like one of those Charlton romance comics. You're getting a little too weird here, man. Don't delete your channel.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't want anything to do with it anymore. I don't want anything to do with it.
Tom, then just walk away from it for a couple of weeks.
I'm just an asshole. It doesn't matter. It don't matter, man. Don't fucking worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh, and the other thing is it's like, can I take my shirt off? And I said, don't take your shirt off. And then I go to Basil the other day. He didn't have a shirt on because it's 106 degrees in Fresno. And then you say, well, the other day you let him on the show without a shirt on. How come you didn't? It's like, what is this, man? 3rd grade? Do you remember that?
It was hot here, and I wanted to take my. It's nothing about Basil. He could do whatever he wanted, but I just wanted.
But it was just the 2 of us, man. Let's say you're watching the show. I'm in one square, you're in the next square, and the one guy says, "Hey, can I take my shirt off?" And I just say, "Oh yeah, go ahead." I mean, people are
okay. At the time,
what was I either going to say, yes or no?
At the first time,
no.
The first time I did it was because it was really hot, and so I just said that, and then I thought it was a running gag sort of thing, and
I don't think that was a running gag. It was
well,
just
that's what I thought it was, but. And I didn't mean anything about Basil either. I didn't mean to say anything about Basil. I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, but you were bringing him into it, just like you were doing with Major.
Yeah, but I certainly didn't mean anything there either.
If Basil had been on the screen at the time, I don't think you would have said that. Because usually when you're on and Basil's on at the same time, you don't say a word. If it was just the 4 of us, as Basil was talking. Then I gotta go to sleep. I don't know. Yeah, that's how I see it. But anyway, I've already turned the lights out. That means I probably am in trouble because and God darn it, I kept Graphic Man up ridiculously late. He's got church in the morning. I got work tomorrow. So and I really should be going to church, man. I feel like I'm gonna burn for being such an asshole tonight. Oof. But yeah.
Ooh.
So anyway, Tom, it's just like
man.
You're okay. It's just you got to work on your social skills sometimes. I know I do.
Tom, just take a good long break from it. And,
because
don't worry about it.
I'm a prick, man. I swear to God, my wife knows that.
Everything I did was wrong. It's like everything you said is wrong.
Most of the things you did were great. You told the history of humor magazines. You've shown us all this great music. You've done what you've done as much as Lance Jones has for music history on YouTube and for humor magazine history. And all these great creators that have passed away, you've shown their work, all this great stuff. But I got to get going, so I'm gonna head on out. So see you later, Graphic Man. I am so sorry. A million
Don't worry about it.
Apologies for that. So take care. What is your advice for me, Graphic Man? Because I look up to you.
I think getting a lot of this out is probably going to help your stiff neck and back because it's probably been building up for about a week or two.
No, I can't blame that on all.
Well,
On I
it probably
can't.
didn't help.
No, that's not right to blame it on that.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of stress going on in the world. But anyway, I'm gonna
No problem.
head on out, and anyway, have a great night.
You too. You too.
Take care.